And here it is. Here indeed it is. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. Here I am. Hope you're there. The session has commenced and your company is required. Apologies for the late-ish sort of a start. It was due to unforeseen circumstances. It was due to power failure at our Tejo Show transmitting station, as they often say on NTA. Better late than never. Here we are. If you're available, then just convert and let's go through it as we go through it every single night. I am situated. Are you? Situate yourself with me if you are available. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. He's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 all who never do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all who never do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika ya bika kokwa na mno ana mekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, the Holy Holy song, the voices of defiance from the East. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Our kidnappers said their fathers own Nigeria, so they resorted to terrorism, others to get their share. Alao, gospel artist, abducted in 2018. So this is not the first time we've heard that narrative of the Malams claiming that Nigeria belongs to them. They are going to dip their holy book into the sea. After all, that is the fable that we hear often from the space. Our kidnappers said their fathers own Nigeria, so they resorted to terrorism others to get their share, a headline attributed to Alao, a gospel artist, abducted in 2018. So quite what his experience was, we find out shortly. We find this out shortly as well. Senator Shehu Sani asks presidential aspirants of ruling APC party an interesting question on Twitter. But what exactly is that question? Senator Shehu Sani very much noted and notorious for his acerbic, witty remarks. So no doubt there will be wit behind this one as well. But again, just to tease with the headline, Senator Shehu Sani asks presidential aspirants of the ruling APC party an interesting question on Twitter. So quite what the question is, we wait to find out. Buhari regime more committed to supporting repentant terrorists than rescuing kidnapped citizens. Bishop KUKAH, of course, the man that puts his safety forward in defense of the innocent, and it does that again. Buhari regime more committed to supporting repentant terrorists than rescuing kidnapped citizens, a headline attributed to KUKAH. Igbo group in Germany sues Nnamdi Kanu's disciple Simon Ekpa for allegedly sponsoring terrorism in the Southeast. So the divide now in that space is quite a chasm now. There's no equivocation, there's no gainsaying, there's nothing there's no even hint of a suggestion that they are working in tandem with each other. These are two opposing sides battling for supremacy of that narrative spot. Igbo group in Germany sues Nnamdi Kanu's disciple Simon Ekpa for allegedly sponsoring terrorism in the Southeast. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. We find this out shortly as well. Sowore visits sacked Abuja Imam, urges more Nigerians to speak against Buhari regime's incompetence. So, of course, you already know who the Imam is. He's as defiant, even if not more so than Sowore. So that is that play right there. This now human interest sort of narrative. So I'll bring you this, and I might well play you a video clip to go along with it as well. No Ghanaian or black man will go to heaven. Prophet Agia Dan is the person saying this. So a Ghanaian prophet, certainly, but then what emboldens such a comment, we'll find out shortly. But he makes so bold to say, no Ghanaian or black man will go to heaven, a headline attributed to a person by the name Agia Dan, Prophet Agia Dan. So quite why he felt the need to say that, we find out shortly. And this finally we find out as well, Abdullahi Adamu hosts Amechi in Nasarawa. So Abdullahi Adamu, of course, the newly elected national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Rotimi Amechi, the newly declared presidential candidate. Conflict of interest, the immediate thought you'd have, but none of that as they continue the mago politics. Abdullahi Adamu host Amechi in Nasarawa. So quite why and what for, all of that to be found out. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy and relax. The usual protocols. If you have not already clicked on the like button, then please do that immediately and right now. And if you are not already subscribed, then please correct that too. So as you set about the clicking, let me provide you a little bit of a musical backdrop. Your calabash to the ready as we join the K Guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. That prayer needs no further explanation. Iku Koniriwagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So Iku Koniriwagbeshe, guys, I bring you this. Our kidnappers said their fathers own Nigeria, so they resorted to terrorism others to get their share. Headline attributed to sorry, let me adjust this lightning a little bit. It's just right in mind. So a headline attributed to Alao, gospel artist. So let's find out what Alao has to say. Gospel artist Oluwato Sin Alao has recounted his ordeal in the den of kidnappers when the criminals stopped a vehicle conveying him to a program in 2018. Alao, during a recent interview with Amina Atiaru, said he, alongside 8 members of his band, started on the journey from Lagos to Kogi, and on getting to Kaba in Kogi State, Fulani bandits attacked the vehicle with weapons, cutlasses, and AK-47 guns. However, the bandits took 4 members of the band, Alao inclusive, while 5 other members, including 2 females, were allowed to go, an occurrence the artist considered a miracle from God. He said the bandits took them into the bush, forcing them to trek for hours non-stop and threatening to kill anyone whose strength had waned. He said the bandits even hit their head with the butt of a gun. The gospel artist said he and his members, the gospel artist said he and members of his band had to drink the water the bandit used to wash their cattle. Meanwhile, Alao, who at some point queried the kidnappers, said they told him that they ventured into the business of kidnapping and terrorism because Nigeria belongs to their father. He said, they told me that their father owns the land, and since they are not getting what belongs to them, they have resorted to doing this. They said Nigeria belongs to them since the 16th and 17th century. They said they do only 3 jobs: kidnap, join Boko Haram, or do rituals. They said when they kidnap someone and people can't pay to get them back, it results in death, and they cut the body parts and sell them. He narrated, I went for a show with one of my friends to Kogi State. We traveled by road. We took a minibus for about 9 of us. We branched at Akure, enjoyed ourselves. We passed the military checkpoint. we were moving, thanking God that the place is safe. After like 4 minutes, it's a bumpy road, though people pass there. We were skeptical, but we still moved. I noticed a Fulani man in front, but I didn't know what it was exactly. The more we approached the man, the more uncomfortable I was. When we were almost close to him, I stopped and he double crossed the road with an AK-47. I looked at the rear mirror to reverse. 3 other people came out at the back from the bush. We were in Kaba already. I couldn't move because I observed they were carrying AK-47s and cutlasses, etc. They smashed the glass and cocked a gun. We surrendered and they marched 9 of us into the bush. There were 2 female backups and the faces of the 4 attackers were painted. The first miracle God gave us was that the ladies were separated from us and 3 others. They marched 4 of us into the bush. At about past 4, they destroyed the car. One of the boys went to the military checkpoint but couldn't get help. They set the 5 others free. I started talking to them in Hausa. From past 4 p.m., we trekked non-stop till 1 a.m. One of my backups, he's on the big side, and the boy said he was already tired and he doesn't mind ending it up there. The attackers said they would kill him, that we are supposed to cover mouths. They said they were going to kill my backup guy and sell his body parts. So the talking drummer volunteered to carry him. The attackers said they will kill him, and right in my presence, those who will buy his body parts will arrive. We didn't know what we were doing because they were all carrying guns. Later that early morning, they tied us together and set a bonfire so we can see. So my drummer said, "Boss, we can overcome these 4 guys. They are 4. We are 4. He said these guns are not normal guns. He said, "Boss, let's run." I don't know what came over me. I am not always afraid, but I am just relaxed that they know this bush more than us. We trekked from Kogi to Ondo. One of them was 24, the other 26, one was 28, and the other 29. The 4 of them don't even stay in the same state. They tied 4 of us. They tied 4 of us. One was in front of the AK-47. One was at the back. One went into the bush. The other one was cooking drugs. They were high. My drummer insisted that we run, but I said no. When it was daylight, we saw that it was a real gun that had about 10 cartridges. They went through our phones to call people. One of the things I want to say here is that each time our phone rings, they will dial some network to know the identity of the person. They knew what they were doing. This is a cartel, and they speak to people in the communication world. They told us that this money they are asking me, they are not the only ones that will share the money. The police, the military, etc. In fact, when they took the 5 million naira, when they took the 5 million naira, someone brought the money in cash to them. They said that they would know if there is a tracker. When I heard about the Kaduna attack, my spirit went back to what I had passed through. It is hell. We were walking around. We trekked for almost 50 hours. They kept moving. They have people talking to them, monitoring their location. My 5 band boys went to report to the military. My immediate elder brother is a king. He too was already connecting people. The truth is, if you are kidnapped, you are on your own. It is God for you. It takes God for you to come back. Our release was a miracle. 3 days after our release, the Oba of Ofi was killed. This thing is not ordinary. When they took the money, they flipped it because there is a way they will know if it is being tracked. It is sad that a country I belong to, that I am serving, I am playing music for over 3.5 decades in my country. I had the opportunity to stay abroad with a green card, but this is my country. I feel great being a Nigerian, but my friends ask me if I want to die in the country. I had a baby 3 months ago before the time, and I was like, is that the end? As I am talking to you, I am already traumatized. The following day, we were in Ekiti. They asked us if we were hungry. They gave us the water they used to wash their cow. I drank it. They used it. They are used to it because they are all on drugs. They are fetish. At a time, I asked if they are not tired. As a Yoruba boy, there is something called kanoko. It means you can decide to trek from here to Ibadan and the journey will be shorter. And they told me that is what they use. They know everywhere within the 5-6 states of that area. You don't know the freedom you have sitting down, doing what you want. We were drinking it with happiness because we were on the verge of passing out. They asked us what we wanted to eat. One of them went to the market in Ekiti State. They told me that their father owns the land, and since they are not getting what belongs to them, they have resorted to doing this. They said Nigeria belongs to them since the 16th and 17th century. They said they do only 3 jobs: kidnap, join Boko Haram, and do ritual. They said when they kidnap someone and people don't pay to get them, it results in death. They cut their body parts and sell them. They will make a lot of money from it. I couldn't argue with them because we have already said our last prayer several times. The guy that went to the market brought gari and palm oil, mixed it, and asked us to eat it. They live like normal human beings amongst us. Some of my guys rushed to get the gari. At this time, they had started negotiating with people. My pastor would call and pray for them. After this, they would beat the hell out of us. In fact, we were even praying that the guy shouldn't call again. 2 of my moms made efforts to get the government, called and tried to locate where we were. But what we heard was, if the military tried to strike, they might be able to rescue, but lose some of us. When they eventually said we should look for 5 million naira out of 40 million naira, special thanks to friends, pastors, and colleagues. The gospel industry was thrown into pandemonium. Sami Okoso, Big Bolaji, etc., etc., those 3 nights, they were just praying. So this is the narrative of what goes on within that Boko Haram setup. Or is it Boko Haram setup? Banditry setup. So essentially, they feel they own Nigeria is what this guy has to report back. So that's just one of the harrowing experiences that people are going through in Nigeria. You could get 1,000 of these stories. It's all the same. So in those instances, then, when they kidnap somebody, they negotiate for the ransom is paid, but they still kill those people. This is essentially to sell the body parts. This is the industry in the north. Buhari regime more committed to supporting repentant terrorists than rescuing kidnapped citizens. KUKAH. In yet another scathing assessment of the President Muhammad Buhari administration, critical cleric Matthew KUKAH has alleged that the Nigerian leader appears to be more committed to reintegrating repentant Boko Haram terrorists into society than rescuing kidnapped victims. It seems the federal government has shown far greater commitment to integrating so-called repentant terrorists than getting our children back from kidnappers or keeping our universities open. Mr. KUKAH, the Archbishop of Sokoto Diocese of Catholic Church, said in his 2022 Easter homily, Mr. KUKAH criticized the regime for expending huge resources to training, feeding, and supporting terrorists despite their atrocities. Earlier last month, Operation Safe Corridor announced that it had graduated 599 members of various terrorist groups who have acquired new skills and are now ready to be integrated into society. The total comes to over 1,000 now. It is plausible to note that the program involves psychosocial support, rehabilitation, vocational training, skill acquisition, and startups. Mr. KUKAH said, last year, Presidential aide Garba Shehu dismissed a similar criticism from Mr. KUKAH, accusing the cleric of instigating ethnic conflicts. Since Boko Haram terrorists began launching attacks on Nigerian communities, over 2 million Nigerians have been displaced, according to a report by the United Nations. In 2014, Boko Haram insurgents kidnapped over 270 schoolgirls in Chibok, a community in Borno, a development widely condemned across the globe. Similarly, in 2018, the insurgents kidnapped over 100 schoolgirls in Dapchi, Yobe State, releasing all of the students except Leah Sheribu, a Christian who refused to denounce her faith. The United Nations Development Programme in June 2021 reported that Boko Haram terrorists have killed about 350,000 people in the Northeast, 90% of whom were children, since the terrorists launched deadly attacks in 2009. In 2016, the BUHARI regime established the Operation Safe Corridor with the mandate to de-radicalize and rehabilitate repentant Boko Haram fighters. The program has seen many repentant Boko Haram militia rehabilitated and freed. Mr. KUKAH, in today's Easter homily, also accused Mr. Buhari of deliberately broadening the country's fault lines with ethno-religious favoritism. So there it is right there. I'm not sure there's a single word of that anybody can disagree with. Igbo group in Germany sues Nnamdi Kanu's disciple Simon Ekpa for allegedly sponsoring terrorism in the Southeast. Simon Ekpa, a Finland-based self-acclaimed disciple of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, has been accused of sponsoring terrorism in the southeast of Nigeria. A group of Igbos in Germany, identified as Overseas Igbo Federation, instituted a lawsuit against Ekpa for sponsoring terrorism activities in Anambra and Imo State. The group addressed the lawsuit to the group addressed the lawsuit to the National Prosecution Authority Office of the Prosecutor General of Finland, a country where Ekpa is resident. Meanwhile, details of the suit were not disclosed, as only the front page of the document was shared. Reacting via his Twitter handle, Ekpa advised his followers to disregard the group. He wrote in separate tweets, "Disregard faceless and criminal Igbo groups that have no address in Germany and could not afford to hire lawyer in Finland, posting their propaganda on social media. Hire a lawyer in Finland and sue Simon Ekpa for agitating for Biafra freedom, and stop coming on social media court." The faceless poor Igbo groups looking for Fulani money could not file any document to the ICC against Nigeria for genocidal crimes against Igbo being committed by the Nigerian state every day. They could not inform Germany of the ethnic cleansing of Igbo, disregard the poor group. I am here. Some weeks ago, the indigenous people of Biafra reiterated that Ekpa was not a member of the group. The group further urged Ekpa to stop using the group and Eastern Security Network to defraud unsuspecting members of the public. So there it is. That fight will never end in the East. Sowore visits sacked Abuja Imam, urges more Nigerians to speak against Buhari's Sowore visits sacked Abuja Imam, urges more Nigerians to speak against Buhari regime's incompetence. Human rights activist Omoyele Sowore on Sunday met with the former chief imam of Akpo Legislative Quarters Mosque, Sheikh Mohammed Khalid, in his residence in Abuja, commending him for identifying with poor Nigerians by speaking out for them. He also called on other Nigerians and religious leaders to speak against bad governance, injustice, and insecurity ravaging the country. Khalib was sacked by the mosque's steering committee over a sermon that criticized the government's failure to stop insecurity in the country. The imam said he paid the price for the voiceless and will continue to identify with the masses. Sowore recommended the cleric for his courage and resilience in speaking the truth to power, despite the intimidation and threats by Buhari's regime. He encouraged him not to give up or bow to pressure from the clueless government in an attempt to silence him. Sowore said, "We came here to thank you for the work you are doing. I had been hearing about you even before I was detained in 2019 because I have a friend who told me about one imam and that if I listened to him, I would like him. But before I could meet you, I was arrested and detained. If they are not doing what they are doing to you, we would not have heard your message loud and clear. Because before then, everybody said no Muslim was campaigning against Buhari, but you have been speaking the truth. Had they not gone to the mosque to eject you, we will not have heard the message. So many people are now listening to your messages as far back as 5 years ago. People thought you just started criticizing Buhari till a few weeks ago, whereas there was an avalanche of warning and prophetic teachings that you have been giving about their incompetence loud and clear. So there is a purpose. There is a person, so there is a purpose. There is a reason why they are stupid, so that we can know people like you. Sowore said it will be difficult to push out corrupt politicians who have destroyed the country until more people continue to speak truth to power. Sowore said his meeting with the Islamic cleric was not political, but born out of the love and interest he has for his teaching and his tenacity in the fight against oppression and injustice. The fantastic job you are doing in creating social consciousness, especially the way you sustain it at the time everybody is afraid to speak out against this unjust and incompetent system. Day in, day out, raising your voice, telling people not to be afraid is very powerful. And I am saying this is not because, and I am saying this not because I am in front of you. I received your message and I have assigned somebody that anytime you have something new, send it and I will review it. If it is in the middle of the night, I will review it and I will take the points that are important. I told him I would like to meet you one day, and there is nothing political, even though our lives are completely political, Sowore said. In his response, the cleric thanked the activist for the solidarity visit, saying that he is a man of the people and loves the country more than anybody or ideology. He vowed not to give up on speaking for the common man against bad governance and injustice, adding that nobody can dictate to him what to preach or what not to preach. He said that is the assignment God has given him to do, and that he would not give up on it. The cleric said he had decided not to speak to the press on the matter any longer, following a move by some people seeking reconciliation on the matter, who had pleaded that he should stop speaking to the media about the issue. He said he had given them his word and conditions that he would stop until after Salah. He said his conditions for reconciliation include that he would not withdraw what he had said about the worrisome security situation in the country. He added that he was ready to honor any invitation from the security agencies should they find his teaching and sermon offensive or inciting. So there it is right there. The Aluta bunch, the Gada. So they get now. Okay, so let me see if I can capture this video. I'll just see if I can do that now. There's a video attached to the next readout. So let me just see if I can capture it, and then because that really adds to let's just see. It's on Instagram, so I'll have to try and dig it out somewhat. It's on some Instagram babes. Actually, I don't even have to do that. I can just share the screen and you can just see it live. Let's see. Okay, there it is. Okay. No, I will share the screen instead of. Actually, let me download it. It probably works out better if I do download it. So let me just grab it quickly. Hopefully, this downloader works. It's been acting up. Yes, there it is. Hold on. This just adds on to it. Is that our pastor from Ghana that is telling us that let's get install downloader. So is that pastor from Ghana that is telling us that all black people will go to hell? But quite why he's saying that, what emboldens that statement is something that we want to hear in his own words. So yeah, I think I may have got it now. Let's see yeah, so there it is. Let me see if I can just grab it right there, and there it is. So we got it. So we got it. So let's just quickly play it, and then we'll actually let's read it out, and then we'll play it. So let's do it in that sequence. So let's read it out, and then we'll play it. Ghanaian, no Ghanaian or black man will go to heaven. Prophet Agi Adan. So Prophet Agidan, founder and head of Power Revelation Chapel, Prophet Daniel Agwetang, also known as Agi Dan, has stated that no black man will be allowed to enter heaven. Agi Dan said this whilst preaching to his congregation. He asserted categorically that no black man, nor even preacher of the word of God, whether they were ordained as bishop, prophet, or archbishop, will be permitted to enter the kingdom of God. So quite why he, let's see if there's any reason behind this. I'm not quite sure, because that seems somewhat incomplete. Let's see if the video clip completes it, because that seems somewhat incomplete as a statement. So let's see now if the clip actually adds on to it to make more sense of what essentially sounds like a nonsense for the moment. So let's see what he has to say.
I'm the American. Now I said it again. No any Ghanaian, no any black will enter heaven. Say heaven or what? Black may be count yourself out. Whether you are bishop, archbishop, or pastor, you will not go in there because what come here.
Okay, so that's the totality of nonsense. So I'm not quite sure if there's any sense to be gotten out of that. So let's land finally on this. Abdullahi Adamu host Amechi in Nasarawa. Abdullahi Adamu, national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, hosted Rotimi Amechi, Minister of Transportation, on Sunday. So let's do that again. Abdullahi Adamu, national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, hosted Rotimi Amechi, Minister of Transportation, on Sunday. The minister met with the APC chairman in Kefi, Nasarawa State. In April, Amechi, a former River State governor, joined the presidential race. The APC chairman also hosted Mayor Malabune, governor of Yobe State. In March, Adamu was elected national chairman via consensus, taking over from Buni, who is the former chairman of the caretaker committee. So here are pictures of so they go on to show pictures of the visit. So well, I don't know what exactly we're making of this. So I don't know exactly what we're making of that, but hopefully the panel will have something to make of that. Ete, we see you. Ajan Lekoko, we see you. Engineer, we see you. And Charlie Boy, we see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. And let me take this thing off the screen as we go to Ete then to explain to us exactly why Rotimi Amechi is meeting with the new chairman of the party. Good to see you, Ete.
Yeah, good day. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. So Rotimi Amechi meets with the chairman of the APC, which being a contestant in that election in the upcoming primaries, and the APC chairman being the referee of the process. Does that ring true and honest? Does that sound like, there's there no conflict there somewhere? Is that something that should be happening, Ete?
I don't think it's right, because it's showing that maybe that's his choice. Maybe Amechi is his choice. And for Amechi to come out to even contest when people like Tinubu in APC is contesting, I'm sure he has some backings and he has some informations that are not out yet, that we don't know yet, that is pushing him to have that guts to think that he can win the APC ticket. Maybe maybe he's the secret Wari's candidate. We don't know.
Because we don't see him about like we see virtually everybody else campaigning aggressively, pushing themselves forward. You see them everywhere in the papers, at palaces, and with their mayors and obas and obis, schmoozing everywhere. But you don't see Rotimi Amechi do that. Anytime you do see him, you only see him with some power mover, either with Buhari, with Buni, with the new chairman. So he's quietly just orchestrating the real movers and shakers.
There's a conspiracy that is saying that Amechi is probably the replacement of Jonathan. You understand? Because they couldn't get Jonathan, so the next option for them was Rotimi Amechi. And we all see the way APC play politics. APC politics is not by you going around meeting people doing this. APC politics is basically what Buhari says. That is APC politics. Yes. And we've seen it with the
Can I interject 1 minute?
Comment again, Lekoko.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
The chairman of the party is the chairman of all members of the party, and as such, his door should be open to meet any member. So Amechi going to meet him should not be seen as if they're planning something or they have ulterior motive.
But the optics, though, the optic is not a good look when you are the referee of a process and one of the players is coming to meet you privately in your home. It's not a good look. It doesn't chime. It doesn't rhyme with due process and just a level playing field and all this kind of. It doesn't rhyme with just fair play.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Is both visiting him at home or visiting him at the office is all the same. They can meet the chairman for one reason or the other. It doesn't mean that they're planning anything. And like I said earlier, the chairman is the father of all, and his door should be open to meet any leaders of the party at any time. Michi is one of the leaders of the party, even though that is contesting for presidential position. So the chairman receiving Amechi at his home
it's not a good look in the build up to the primaries, which is closely contested. which there are a lot of suspicions that there are underhand tactics and techniques being deployed, and the person that people are most suspicious of is meeting with the newly appointed chairman in the company of the person that handed over that chairmanship to him. It is not a good look.
Well, people can look at it any way they want to look at it. But what I'm saying,
they will only see it as it appears now. It's fraud.
Well, no, it's not fraud. We should not misinterpret it or interpret it in the way that suits us. The chairman is the #1 person in the party, and as such, any member of the party, particularly the leadership, any leader of the party, can see him anytime, any day. That is the way it works in political party administration. He cannot close his door against anybody in the party, no matter whether that person is contesting for the door, for any position at any point in time. His door must be readily open to receive any members of the party. That is the way it is done in political party administration.
You know, Adanle Koko, in football, if the manager of a team deems fit any reason to go and see the referee before a game is played, the referee would not see him except in the company of the manager of the other team. Why is that?
Football administration is different. It's different from political party.
It's an umpire, isn't he? It's an umpire of a process. The chairman of the party is an umpire of a process.
No, the regulation
and his meetings privately with one of the participants. That is fraud.
It is not fraud, one man. In the political party administration, position of everybody matters. No member should be kicked away at any time that you want to see any of the leaders. No member should be, should not be allowed to see the leader at any time. Amechi is one of the leaders in the party, and as such, he can meet with the chairman of the party anytime.
Why would he be meeting? Why, as a contestant in a primaries that is coming up only in a few weeks, why would he be meeting with the person that is going to referee that process?
I don't think there is any constitutional provision.
Forget constitution. We're talking about optics.
No. I'm talking about.
Forget the constitution.
No. Hold on, one man.
We're talking about optics.
Hold on, one man. Political party have their own constitution. As long as the constitution of their party does not say you cannot meet anybody, he cannot do it.
To the question, why would he, a contestant, be meeting privately with the person that is going to superintend the thing that he's going to contest for only in a few weeks' time? Why would that be happening?
I am telling you that in the political party, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that it's favor. Others can meet with him as well.
No, well,
others will meet with him.
Then if they met it all together, then that is one thing. But if he is privately going to Nasarawa, we went to his homestead where the guy is most at ease. To go and
want to discuss personal things concerning the election.
To go and lubricate him.
Look, the process
is going there to lubricate him.
The primary process is not going to be a one man or chairman of the party.
If the chairman of the party favors you, you are more advantaged than others. If the chairman favors you, you are more advantaged than others.
No, they have a process that they have to abide with for the primary of their contestant. So that process is what really matters. Meeting the chairman at his house does not favor anybody. As long as the process
then what is he doing there? What is he doing there?
They are friends.
They are friends.
They are friends. Are you going to say because it's contested, he's not his friend again?
Listen to what you just said now. They are
friends. No.
He went all the way from Abuja to Nasarawa because they are friends.
What I'm telling you is
during political season.
Come on, now, Janle Koko.
I am telling you the way it works. I am telling you the way it works.
You are not telling us
and
anything.
You people are just misinterpreting the visit.
You are the one trying to. It's very feeble what you're saying.
What are you saying, feeble? I'm telling you the way it works.
Now, somebody that is contesting an election,
political party
the
leaders
referee of the election.
He's not the referee. He's not the referee.
In the 11th hour of the election, and you
he's not the referee. They are going to set up. No, they are going to set up a panel that will control the primary. He is not the referee. That's what I'm telling you.
All right.
They are going to set up a panel. They are going to set up a committee that will run the primary for the party. The chairman, as a single person, cannot appoint anybody above
he cannot influence matters. The chairman cannot influence matters.
How will he influence it when they have the rules?
All right.
There's a rule that is guiding that process. They have rules guiding that process. He cannot favor anybody.
All right, thank you. Let's get back. Let's get back to round off your thoughts on that space. Do you rhyme with what you're hearing? Ete, have we lost you, Ete? Are you here? Are you there, Ete?
Ete is gone. What's happened to Ete?
You say you've knocked him out by this rather fanciful thing. Fanciful thing that you are saying there. He couldn't believe it. He's passed out. What am I hearing? So okay, one more chance, Ete, and then I'll move on.
Is he using China phone?
Well, he's probably using some American system. You know what the American system is like? And there you go. So thank you, Ete. So okay, so let's move you from that way. So we're clear on what you think on that, even though that might not rhyme with I forgot to read this out. So this one now, Senator Sheikh Husani asks presidential aspirants of the ruling APC party an interesting question on Twitter. So what is the question? Former Kaduna Senator, sorry, mute yourself just for a moment, Ajande Koko, heavy feedback. Former Kaduna Senator Sheikh Husani has questioned why presidential aspirants of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC have stated so many solutions to the problem of Nigeria if elected, but haven't offered that solution to the current Nigerian president. Taking to Twitter on Sunday evening, April the 17th, Senator Sani said, all the presidential aspirants of the ruling party have magical packages of solutions to the problems of this country. Why did they deny their principal this gift of knowledge? So why then did Yemi Osinbajo deny Buhari? Is this sabotage? Was he trying to sabotage Buhari? Is this what it is? Why did they deny Buhari all this wisdom that is now going to use to cure Nigeria in the next 8 years?
I didn't hear that part well. I wasn't listening.
All right. Let me just take you to another talking point. So Igbo groups in Germany sue Nnamdi Kanu's disciple Simon Ekpa for allegedly sponsoring terrorism in the Southeast. So the never-ending battle that is the Southeast. So that's the latest incursion now. So there's a lot of finger pointing as to who exactly underpins the unknown gunmen. The attribution oftentimes to IPOB, but then IPOB diverts that attribution to Simon Ekpa, to the point that some Germany-based Igbo group have taken to law to institute a legal suit in Finland, where Simon Ekpa is based, to address that matter of him sponsoring terrorism in the Southeast. So what are you then making of this convoluted attrition that is always the Southeast.
Those guys talking or threatening Simon Ekpa with lawsuit are just talking nonsense. They don't really know what they are talking about. They might be those IPOB members that, those haters of Simon Ekpa from the East. So if he's sponsoring terrorism and they have the fact, why can't they sue him as they are threatening? They have not gone to court. They have not done anything. They are not just making mouth on the...
No, they're going to court in Finland to get him jailed over there.
Well, let's see what the court is going to do. If they have sufficient evidence to prove that he's supporting terrorism, I believe the Finland authority will take it up against Ekpa. But all I know is that Ekpa is not a terrorist. It's just one of those Easterners that are agitating for Biafran state. And agitating for Biafran state should not constitute somebody as a terrorist. So they should go ahead and do whatever they want to do if they have any proof. But I believe at the end of the day, nothing is going to be found against incriminating against.
Is Simon Ekpa not swept up in the proscription that is the IPOB narrative? Because the Nigerian government has essentially proscribed the Biafran narrative, but Simon Ekpa is still there making noise in Finland.
Nigerian government is can make any.
Should he be renditioned as well? Should he be renditioned as well?
Finland is not a criminal state like Kenya that rendition Kano to Nigeria. Finland is a constitutional democratic country, and they support freedom of speech, and they support human rights all the time, as I think I know. So Samuel Ekpa is just agitating for Biafran state, and that did not constitute any form of terrorism whatsoever. So he have the right. I think he's a citizen of Finland. So I learned that he served in their military, and is a lawyer by himself. So, and he knows the law very well. He knows the law of Finland when it comes to terrorism. I don't believe that Ekpa will ever support terrorism. So, agitating for Biafran state as those that are agitating for Yoruba nation does not constitute terrorism. So Buhari that have announced.
But is that agitation not proscribed?
What I'm saying, Buhari and his criminal administration that announced the proscription of Biafran state is not recognized by international body. Because Biafra, if it's recognized by the international body, there's no way Biafra will have filed. There's no way IPOB will have filed petition. There's no way IPOB will have filed petition against Buhari administration at United Nations and at what do you call it? International Criminal Court of Justice. So it's not recognized by international body. The Buhari proscription is not recognized by international body. They know better. So Buhari can announce the proscription of IPOB as many times as he like, but international bodies international organizations, international countries, they know better, and it's not recognized by them.
All right, thank you. And so to this space then, Sowore visits sacked Abuja Imam, urges more Nigerians to speak up. So this the Aluta Collective urges more Nigerians to speak up against Buhari regime's incompetence. So the Aluta Collective, it sweeps up another membership. So this Imam now, I mean, what are we making of this? He's meant to be a man of learning. And what is he then doing with this Aluta narrative? Why did they even permit that visit from Sowore?
Well, that Imam is a man that speaks the truth to power. In his recent video, he spoke for the interests of Nigerian people by calling on the administration to step up their game to guarantee security of life and property. The Imam cried out so loud that why should we have an administration in place and people in the country, all over the country, particularly in the north, should be killed like chicken every day, and the government seems not doing anything to stop it. Only what they are known of doing is just to come and talk, say they give marching order, and nothing happened. And after marching order, the worst and worst attack against the people, against the state, kidnapping and killing of people continues. So this man, in that
do you think that Imam overstepped the bounds a little bit? And is it somewhat seeking populism? Is it trying to be popular? And indeed, is it the place of an Imam to be seeking popularity?
He did not overstep his bound. He's not seeking popularity. He was just standing on the side of the people. He's just representing the voice of millions of Nigeria, and he's just speaking out the truth. Saying
yeah,
the
but
truth
there are enough people already doing that. His place is to give succor to society, not to agitate and rebel rouse. A rebel rouser, Imam.
He did not agitate. He did not rebel rouse. He's just calling for justice. And that is not too big for every citizen, irrespective of their position in the society, to do. Whether you are imam or pastor, Pastor KUKAH have said more and more of this in the past. Do you want to regard him as a rebel rouse? Do you want to regard him as agitator?
Yeah, but Pastor KUKAH is a Christian, and this Imam is a Muslim and a Fulani man as well.
What is the difference of being a Christian? And are we not all human beings? Are we not all
because by faith, by faith and culture, that Imam he aligns more with Buhari. So there's somewhat a tonality of betrayal in amongst their people.
Even Islam call on people to say the truth all the time and say the truth to power all the time. Islam call for it. So this man is just complying strictly to the scripture. The scripture does not allow leaders to oppress the people. What you see that is done in the northern Nigeria and all over Nigeria by our leaders to our people is ungodly. You cannot find it in both Quran and Holy Bible that the people should be oppressed, that the people should not be cared for, that the people should not be defended. But all of this, our leaders are doing it against us, and they are so irresponsible that they don't care about the people.
Are there not sufficient grounds to invite this imam in for at least questioning for reasons of incitement? You know, when the country was going through a high octane situation, rather than him being a man of cleric, you know, or man of faith, rather than him find tonality to douse the space, he adds onto it. If they picked him up for incitement, would that not be legitimate?
They cannot pick him up for incitement, but because the statement was not an insightful statement. It's just
riling people up against government. Is that not what they picked Sowore up for? Riling people up against government?
It wasn't riling people up against government. It was just telling the government, saying the truth to them. They are not governing Nigeria well, and they are incompetent, has resorted the nation to the state of insecurity we found ourselves, which consequently kill our people in thousands, in hundreds, if not in thousands every day. So this man, they don't have no case against him. They cannot do anything against him. And that is why they cannot pick him up. And if they dare try to pick him up, their big trouble will come upon them. Sowore, when he met that man, he assured him that he came to meet him to guarantee him that if they dare pick him, he will be there with that man to fight for his right. Nigerian will stand up. That man, what he did is what people, leaders of people across all spectrum of the society should be doing.
Is there a real risk that it will be...
Whether you are a business leader, whether you are a leader at any level whatsoever, this is what they should be doing.
Is there a real risk that he will be ostracized from his community for what they would deem as this act of treachery?
It's not an act of treachery. The man have said it himself, that he is ready for them, and that they cannot stop him. Look, we have to hold criminal leadership responsible for their irresponsibility. When they promised the people that we are going to govern well, and they fail to govern well, we should be able to speak out and hold them responsible for their failure. That is what that man did. And it's in accordance to the scripture in the Quran. And he is the perfect person to do that. As the leader in the mosque, he should be able to defend. Look, how do you feel?
But is the pulpit the place for politics? This is the thing. Because people are escaping what they are already experiencing to find a moment of succor in the mosques, in the churches, etc. So these people that mount their stages to politicize Pastor Yedepo, Father Mba, Bishop KUKAH, and now this Imam. Apparently, they call him Digital Imam. This is what we're hearing. Digital Imam. Is this some Instagram something that this guy is trying to? Is this some Instagram Imam?
The nation is failing on everybody by the incompetence of this bad leadership we have. And at the point we find ourselves today, if people don't speak up, the nation will collapse, and we all collapse with it. It is time for everybody, wherever you are. We on this platform are doing the same thing too. Everywhere to save that country, you have to speak up. That man has done a good job, and Sowore, you can see there. You can watch their conversation. I'll send the video to you. I already posted it to your Instagram. I don't know if you found it. If you want to play it, you can play it to the people.
I've not received it yet.
No, it's there. It's there. If you
I'm on it now. The last the last message I got was from Charles.
I sent it to you this afternoon. So
the last thing you sent me was that image of Yemi Oshibanjo in the the Photoshop. That's the last I got from you.
I'm sure if you check very well, you're gonna see it.
It's on my screen. Maybe resend it.
Oh, okay, all right. So you can look at their conversation, very cordial, very friendly, and very frank. The man.
Is Sowore doing with this Imam what he did with Nnamdi Kanu? This clout thing that he does. This clout again. Is it clout chasing?
It is not clout. What he did was to show solidarity to that man, and to assure him that they are with him in his preach for justice, for fairness, for equity, and that if anything should happen to him, or if they should pick him up, they will be there with him in the legal tussle, at every step of the way during the ordeal. He said they will be there with him. So the Imam needs somebody like Sowore and other people to stand with him this time around, because what he said is not in violation of the Constitution. He has never violated. It's just freedom of expression as guaranteed by the Constitution of Nigeria. That is simply what that man did. And if government can use some miscreant in the mosque to take him out from that number one position in the mosque, that is the way that you see criminal administration that are very insensitive to the issue in the country, to the plight of the people. That is what they do. When they see somebody that is standing up for the people, they want to silence that person, they want to punish that person, and it is a time for everybody to stand up against them, and that is what Yoruba, Sowore went to. He's a moral booster to that man. So we are with you. Millions of us are with you. Since that man came out with that video, the video went viral, and a lot of people are behind that man. And so what this has done to Sowore now, politically, I believe is going to gain a lot of supporters. Those great supporters of that man on the side of Sowore for saying it publicly, I will stand with you, we will be there with you. If they dare come and pick you up.
Is that the whole object of the exercise, to tap into that currency? Was that the whole purpose?
That is not
tap into the guy's political currency.
That is not the whole purpose. Sowore, when it comes to, Sowore, when it comes
I know him very well. He never misses an opportunity to be in front of the place. Yeah, come in Nigeria, yeah.
Okay.
Ajalekoko, thank you. You've been talking for a while. I think you need a little break as well. You see, it's not a cloud thing like one man was saying, Sowore has been doing, one man you must remember, Sowore is a media man. Even though he's a politician now, he's a media man once upon a time, and he still holds that media outfit. He's a digital man, and he needs to do these things. Apart from Nnamdi Kanu, he did it to the former CBN governor, Sanusi, when Sanusi was having problem with Jonathan. When they kicked him out and they were mistreating Sanusi. Sowore was, according to him, he was bid to go for a meeting that day. He canceled the meeting and jumped into the bike and covered that incident, and they had a chat with Sanusi. So he has been doing these things. It's not like he's taking advantage. It's part of part of Aluta thing, which is we know him to be. You know?
There it
Of
is. So
course, it's part of Aluta. Solidarity, you know.
Yeah.
So if everybody will stand, as a matter of fact, you see what that Imam did, yeah. I love the Imam. I love what he did. A true definition of Islam. You know, that is what he's portraying. Imam like him are what we need in Nigeria, and pastors who share the same ideology with him as well. You know, if our clergymen and Imam like this can rally around and speak out when it's necessary, when it's deemed fit, not when the damage havoc has already taken over. Because like Ajale Koko said, believe it or not, that country, if people don't speak out, is going to sink one day. We'll wake up and there will be no Nigeria anymore. He's already going to that.
Why do they call him Digital Imam? Digital Imam.
He spoke about it. I don't know if you've listened to his interview. He spoke on BBC Pidgin. He said during the coronavirus, the outbreak of the coronavirus, he actually was using his was it Twitter? He said, is it one of these channels, Twitter or Instagram or so? So people knew him through there, you know, and they now tag him as a digital imam, because that was where he was like, he didn't keep quiet. He was like dishing out his
okay. So he's now caught that bug of attention. So yeah, okay. So I get it now. So it's a hip hop imam. Hip hop imam.
One man, this is your English you use in rationalizing every person that wants to
what is imam doing? Rebel rousing and digitaling.
But they are pastors. They are big pastors that go that uses
but it's not known in that faith for them to be Instagram.
Yeah, but one man, you must remember this man is
we have
well
a lot of
read.
Instagram pastors, but
He's well read as well. One man, he's sound. This man is sound. He's sound. You must listen to him speak. When he speaks, you will know that this man is sound. He doesn't talk like your what's his name again? Tanko man. You see
that's the thing now.
CG, what's it called again?
Aluta Imam. Have you ever heard such a thing? Aluta Imam.
Anyway, like I said, he did the right thing. He stood.
Did he tell you that he's Aluta?
What are you talking about now? It's
Why
with
you-
Sowore. They were raising each other's hands up, you know.
Let me say something to one man. One man, you need to be able to differentiate between when it's normal for a person to talk in a society and when it's not supposed to talk. If he has been silent all this while, maybe there's a reason for it. Now that he's speaking, like Ejiro was saying, Islam is to be, you have to fight for the people, for the masses. That is what Islam, that's one of the tenets of Islam. It's about the people. So what he said, he speak truth to power, telling Buhari and his henchmen that you people are not doing right. How can you be here and then people are being killed under your watch? It's not stoking whatever you call it, maybe trying to cause more harm than has been done. He's only speaking truth to power. So if he keeps quiet, then you can say, oh, all the old Muslim Islamic scholars, they are all silent because he's their man. But he's one of those people that spoke, and he has been speaking. It just happened to be that on that occasion, his sermon or whatever he said was captured and was being thrown out there for people to see. The man has been speaking right from time to time. It's not the like of the Shegumis them that goes about and looking for money through political or whatever religious affiliation they have with some of the people in power. So then I'm so surprised you're now kind of like criticizes the man on your platform here, saying the guy is Aluta. I mean, even though it's Aluta.
No, even Ejiro is the one saying it. He said this guy that during the
I said
pandemic,
one man. Don't quote me wrong. I didn't say the man is Aluta.
You said
No. I didn't say the imam is Aluta. No.
You said it's rebel
rousing.
Is it not rebel rousing?
How's it rebel rousing? Give me an example.
By rallying against the government, leveraging what was essentially a sad moment in time for the Nigerian state to leverage that to, to rally against the government, trying to, use public sentiment, use mass sentiment of a raw thing that's just happened to pivot it as a throw and sling at the government is rebel rousing.
What are we doing on your platform here? Every time we come here, we talk.
I don't know. Well, you have to tell me what you are doing.
Exactly. That's answer to your question, because he's a citizen. He's a person. He's
not a citizen. He's an imam.
Forget it. Let's forget his religious.
How can we forget it? He's speaking from that. He's speaking from that advantage, isn't he?
If I'm head of a church or a congregation or whatever, I'm a citizen first before being any of those appellations you want to give to me.
If you're the head of the church, does your word carry? Does the word of a congregation carry equally as yours?
Hold on.
You can't separate him from his position. He's speaking from that position.
Hold on. The Christians, they had Jesus during his day. He criticized the Pharisees. We know of Muhammad too, what he did during his days, how he fought for the poor. So the point is, being a leader does not leave that responsibility off your shoulder to fight for your people. So what he's doing is not rebel rousing, however English what you want to throw out there to describe what he did. I don't see that as rebel rousing, because we are equally doing the same here. We come here, we criticize this guy, his failure, his nonchalant attitude towards the people of Nigeria and towards his own people. We all do the same here. So why can't he also criticize? Is it because he's a leader of a congregation, he leads a congregation or he leads a mosque? No, he should be able to speak the truth to power. So I don't know why you want to use this appellation or this name calling on this guy. I'm trying to name him as a rebel rousing. I mean, to me, I think it's just you.
Was he not suspended, subsequently sacked for
We
what
know
I
the
just said?
Nigerian politics. We know how the Nigerian politics
For
works.
rebel rousing.
Hold on. In that space, in the Islamic space, this guy is from the north, and the north, for the most part, we know they have this hold. These are elites from there. They have this hold on people through their religion. So he tries to make himself as not being part of those elites or the elite class, whereby they use their imam to silence the people or to make the people to be subservient to them. So my point, what I'm trying to make is this: that he distinguished himself from them, and so why find fault with him? So for me, it's not rebel rousing.
Okay, so he wants to be a star, is what you're saying. He wants to be a star.
Well, they kicked him out. At the end of the day, he found another mosque where they were able to ask him to come and be speaking to them. That's to tell you the whole how Islam and politics.
So he likes the glitz and glamour of
It's
publicity.
not about the glitz and glamour. He said it himself. He said it's not about just attacking if they do what is right for his people. Why
all
would
this attention that he's getting? You think he doesn't like it?
I think you're just trying to string me along with this. Your call.
No. Well, this is what is playing out now. This
It
is
is
why.
not. It's what your own perception is. What you perceive.
Is that not what is playing out?
It's not what is. That is your own perception. People don't see it that way.
God.
People see it as okay. KUKAH. Look at what KUKAH. I think maybe you had one of the. Is it one of your topic? Was it today or was it early this morning?
Yes. Yeah.
KUKAH
right
spoke.
now.
So why did this? I mean, he spoke. Why did you find fault with KUKAH?
No, the same thing applies.
Oh, well, okay. If you said
But then he's unabashedly attention seeking. This one is trying to be coy about it.
This is not attention seeking. He's speaking truth to power.
Really?
He feels this is the time for him to speak because the railway system that everybody that's the only thing.
And then is a Lutheran with Sowore. What do you mean? What about that?
Come on, continue your talk.
You see, you are trying to defend the
No.
indefensible.
There's no point arguing with you. There's no point trying to make you convince you because it's like you have your mind already.
No. I'm only speaking to the facts as they obtain.
There's no facts. It's just.
It's not a Lutheran with Sowore, is it not?
Where's Aluta? Why have you seen him go shout at Aluta? Why have you seen him go shout at Aluta?
I can show you the pictures. It's not about
What is that? Did you see him on the street? Do you see him on the street? Do you see him on the street chanting Aluta?
I wonder how.
Did you not hear
Did you see him on the street chanting Aluta?
Did you hear what I read out?
So what did you read?
It was
what did you read?
Sowore went to him to
So
Aluta.
anybody that meets with Sowore is Aluta.
Yeah, but no, they went to what
do you mean, one man? What are you talking about, man?
I thought that was
Come on, man.
We're talking
Come on,
about
man.
what
So anybody
transpired.
that met with Sowore is an aluta.
No, I mean, I don't know why one man is just fabricating this. It's just
One man,
Okay.
20.
Okay, let me give you this. Sowore said, we came here to thank you for the work you are doing. I had been hearing about you even before I was detained in 2019 because I have a friend who told me about one imam and that if I listen to him, I will like him. But before I could meet you, I was arrested and detained. If they are not doing what they are doing to you, we would not have heard your message loud and clear. Because before then, everybody said no Muslim was campaigning against Buhari. So essentially, he's campaigning against Buhari. But you have been speaking the truth. Had they not gone to the mosque to eject you, we would not have heard the message. So many people are now listening to your messages as far back as 5 years ago. People thought you had just started criticizing Buhari till a few weeks ago. Whereas there has been an avalanche of warnings and prophet teachings that you have been giving about their incompetence, loud and clear. So that's the incompetence right there. So there is a purpose. There is a reason why they are stupid, so that we can know people like you. Sowore said it will be difficult to push out corrupt politicians who have destroyed the country until more people continue to speak truth to power. Sowore said his meeting with the Islamic scholar was not political, but born out of love and interest he has for his teaching and his tenacity to fight against oppression and injustice. Aluta, the fantastic job that you are doing in creating social consciousness, Aluta, especially the way you sustain it at a time everybody is afraid to speak out against this unjust and incompetent system. Day in, day out, raising your voice to tell people not to be afraid is very powerful. And I am saying this not because I am in front of you. I received your message and I have assigned somebody. Sorry, can you mute yourself, please? I've received your message and I have assigned somebody that anytime you have something new, send it and I will review it. If it, and so that is the Aluta now. So margins. So that's the Aluta margins right there. I received your message and I've assigned somebody that anytime you have something new, send it and I will review it. If it is in the middle of the night, I will review it and I will make the points that are important. I told him I would like to meet you one day and there is nothing political, even though our lives are completely political, Sowore said. In his response, the cleric thanked the activists for the solidarity visit. So that's Aluta again, saying that he is a man of the people and loves the country more than anybody or ideology. He vowed not to give up on speaking for the common man against bad governance and injustice, adding that nobody can dictate to him what to preach or what not to preach. He said that it is the assignment God had given him to do and that he would not give it up. The cleric said he had decided not to talk to the press on the matter any. So on and on it goes, but clearly Aluta. So that.
So where did you see Aluta? Where did you see him say Aluta?
What everything I've done is that
no.
Is that not from the template? Oh God!
You read it. Let me say this. Whoever wrote that piece, at every point it says Aluta. Maybe it's Sowore himself that wrote that piece.
No, it's me that was inserting the Aluta to highlight that was an Aluta point.
Aluta.
But I was gonna say that because I watched the video.
There we go.
There is no time that Sowore mentioned Aluta or any word of Aluta came in during the discussion. So it was one man that was adding that Aluta.
Salt and Maggi.
All right.
It's a pepere.
I think I think what one man might be saying is that there's an element of political perspective. Don't deny that it was not political, not entirely, or part of it. No, listen, I said part of it is political. That was a political move to meet the Imam. Don't deny that aspect as well. Maybe not
political, not political. That's not what that's not what we're contesting here. We're saying he said the man is an Aluta man. How we say he's not an Aluta man?
Like he's cloud chasing of some sort.
We said what?
You said something like cloud chasing. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, that's patently what's happening. Yeah, so Sowore is notorious for cloud chasing the Black Maria after after Nnamdi Kanu's conviction. They were chasing the Black Marias. They're ferrying him up and down the court.
And you know,
Chasing
Where did
Black
he go?
Marias.
Where did he
You know,
go?
and now he's going to chase Imam.
Do you remember you read? He said he
Yeah.
doesn't want to speak to the press about this anymore.
But Sowore still went and forced the
Hold on
commentary.
now, the man. No, we're not talking about Sowore now. We're talking about the man himself. Let us be objective when we're arguing about since we're talking about this very man, the digital Imam. That's what he's talking about. He's not an aluta. He said he doesn't want to speak to the press anymore, and I'm sure people have told him. Some other Islamic scholars have approached him and said, "Look, just die down this thing. Don't talk about it anymore."
And Sowore is not the press.
Hold on. No, he said Sowore went there as in his own capacity as a presidential aspirant who wants to show solidarity, like the man himself said, that we solidarize with you for what you did because you speak what is on our own mind too.
Solely, is that not their
It did
song?
not say solely. No, they did not sing it together there. I mean, what spin things around? You're very good at spinning things around here.
Is that not their song?
One man, rational man. One man is winding you up.
I know.
I'm not winding him up now. He's trying to go against facts.
Do you know what?
Solely.
One man actually loves Sowore. He just denying. He's in denial.
Sowore fine. Everybody knows that, but it's just his people.
I don't like his approach, but now recently I've kind of like it's good for him to criticize Sowore, so that way we who wants to defend him, we can be able to defend him.
I've never once criticized Sowore.
No, one man never wants Sowore at all for one shishi. He never wants.
One man has never loved Sowore. He criticized Sowore with passion.
I've never once criticized Sowore. I don't know why we would be so unkind.
One man, allow this matter to go. Allow this matter to go because everybody here
it is rational mind that is laboring it now. I'm not the one.
No, you are the one. You are the one pressuring. You are the one pressuring him. You are calling rabble rousing. What are we doing here? Are we not rabble rousing? Are we not discussing the problem of Nigeria? Is there anybody that is happy with what is happening in Nigeria?
One man, can you play the video? Adamu Garba.
Hold on. Yes.
Talking to IPB.
Yes. The one that he was somewhat dismissive of.
This is what one man wants to.
The video is there now on your. Maybe you can see it.
Okay. I'll download some of the videos that have come in there because I think yes. So carry on to that on that space. Adanle Koko Sowore again. Ambulance chasing. You know, there are certain lawyers, they call them ambulance chasers. As soon as they say an ambulance, they chase after it to go and get the victim to, sign them up for, says an ambulance chaser political style. What are you making then? Solidarity.
Well, that Imam has done what God has sent him to do to save humanity from oppression. And he said it clearly that he is a moderate Muslim. He doesn't preach to convert, but he preaches for justice, fairness, and equity. And that is what is missing in Nigeria system. If you have justice, equity, and fairness, that country, I bet it will be one of the best, if not the best country to live in the world. But because we have those three things missing, that is what found us where we are today with crisis on all fronts. Insecurity, economic collapsing, political crisis. What is it that you want to talk about? People cannot even eat. People cannot live in their villages. People cannot go to their work. I mean, it's just so. Sowore visiting him is guaranteeing him that we are standing with you and nothing going to happen to you. And never allow yourself to be shut down because he.
And who is Sowore, by the way, to guarantee anything? On what authority?
Authority of, a freedom fighter that does not use gun, freedom fighter that stand by what the Constitution guarantees him, and freedom fighter that is fearless in speaking the truth to power. That is the freedom fighter that Sowore is. And that is what that man is doing as well. And that is why
the Imam is not an aluta.
Yeah, the man is not a chaser. Look, he's not the first person. We have seen many Christians did it. In the 70s, we used to have Olubumi Okoge.
Hold on. You know I don't speak without evidence, Ajan Lekoko. When I say this guy is an aluta, he's an aluta now. Is a cloud chasing Imam.
I don't know what you are talking about. You are the one describing him like that. I don't know what you mean by cloud chasing.
Hold on. Hold on, Ajan Lekoko. Engineer, are you there?
Yes, one man.
Oh, okay. You speak Hausa language, so listen to this and then interpret it to the audience.
All right. Barka da zuwa.
Allah ya gafarta Muhammadu Buhari. Shugaban kasa lokacin da ya tafi campaign Lagos. Allah shi gwada mai an yanke min hukunci an ce ayi aljanna da ni wanda ni kallace shi ga television. Lokacin da ya tafi Lagos campaign. Yarbawa sun taru. Sai ya ce babban abin da Lagos ke amfani da shi ne masana'antu da kamfunan da a cikin garin Lagos. Ya ce to babu wuta ina magana kamfuna da masana'antu. Don haka babban alkawarin da zai wa mutanen Lagos shi zai gyara wuta in ya hau. In ya hau zai gyara wuta. Yarba sun kai ta kuwa. Za a gyara musu wuta, kamfanin burodi da kamfanin fanke da kamfanin bidu a tashe su ga wuta. Sai ya ce alkawari na farko kenan zai gyara wuta. Alkawari na biyu sai ya ce ya yi alkawarin wurin gyaran wutan ba zai taɓa naira 10 kuɗin Najeriya wurin gyaran wuta ba, sai ya yi haka wanda kun haga na yi, sai ya fito da biro, sai ya ɗaga biro haka ya ce da wannan zan gyara wutan Najeriya. Sai sun kai tsaye ya ce ko zan ma'ana sun ka ce a'a, ya ce kuɗin da za a ansuwa da ɓarayi da su za a gyara wuta, ba za a taɓa kuɗin Najeriya ko ɗari. Shi yasa tun 2016 nace mun yafe mai don Allah ya haɗa da nan Najeriya da waɗanda an ka aso ga ɓarayi ta yi gyara mana wutar. Jama'a wuta ta gyaru. To ina alƙawarin da an kai mana cewa za a gyara wuta. Sarkin cika baki. Alƙawarin da kai za a gyara wuta har yanzu ba ta gyaru ba, wutan gidanka ɗaya ta gyaru. Allah shi gafarta mu wani babban malami cikin manyan malaman mu na sunna na Najeriya ba wadin suna nai ka in jawo mai samaki ka san ba kowa ya bushe ta latayo da bello ni da bushe ta ni abokin ta ya lahira ni ka beda wanda ya tashi ya zo mu tafi to kaga sauran malamai ba haka nan suke don haka bari a dan tuha musu asiri ka wani malami baya an yi zabe ana cikin malaman da na yi cika baki ya ɗauko tafsirin ƙurɗubi wata rana ya taho garin ga wa'azi ya ɗauko tafsirin ƙurɗubi.
All right, let me just pause it there because it goes on for a bit longer, but you get the gist of it. So, engineer, that was an imam that's been criticizing Buhari piously and righteously for a long time. You tell us what he was saying.
Okay, basically what he was saying here is during Buhari's campaign, Buhari went to Lagos and he spoke to the Yorubas, and the Yorubas were so happy that Buhari is going to do well in the country in terms of electricity. And to the shock, it's just like he disappointed the Yorubas, because during his campaign he said to the Yoruba people that electricity he would definitely work on electricity, and he got a pen, he raised a pen that Nigeria won't spend much more money on electricity, that he will be definitely going to fix electricity. And that's why all the Yorubas, they were chanting happy that okay, he is the main man to sort the electricity in the country. But apparently, electricity that he sorted out, he sorted the electricity in his own house, not to Nigerians, not to Lagos City.
All right, thank you, engineer. He goes on and on. That's just only like about 40-45% of what he was saying. I just didn't want to give you the full diet. That is a prophet. That is not a prophet, but an imam in Sokoto State. You know, Bello Yabo, his name is. He's been in and out of jail for criticizing government since Abacha days. Nobody has ever heard of this guy, because he's pious and righteous and speaking it from the trueness of his heart. But our digital imam here, the friend of the Alutas, anytime, you know, is on the screens, peppering it up. So it's a digital imam. Let's say
I believe we have two imams. That's another one that Lambert's Buhari as well. The truth of the matter is, most of the imams now, they're realizing that this man, he promised people and he didn't do what he's meant to do. It's like kind of like he's a Muslim, but he shouldn't be using the narrative of Muslim to be deceiving people, which is wrong. Because I can send you a video of another imam who he literally talk about Nigerian government, and guess what they did to him? They took him off the imam. He's an imam of a big mosque, but they took him off straight away for talking about Nigerian government. And he said it clearly. He don't care. He will keep saying the truth. And they said, imagine, they said, okay, they took him off. They sent a petition on him that he should leave the mosque, and he will be back in 2023. So it's just we have good
engineer. It is the same imam. It is the same imam that the imam that spoke, the one man is talking about. He was the one that they sanctioned, and he said, when I listened to him, that even if as they sack him and send him to a smaller mosque, once somebody came back and they are building a very big mosque at the back of where self is. He said it, that they want him to go and stay. You see, the man spoke the heart of Nigerians and what is happening. So I do not know the reason why one man is picking on this man.
I'm not picking at his words. I'm picking at his intentions. So
there is nothing.
No, we've already been informed that he enjoyed the glitz and glamour of attention that he got of his pronouncement in the pandemic space. So he can. Somebody just said this on the platform now. So attention is like a drug.
That one is
like a drug.
That one is the second one. Engineer was talking. His name is Sheikh Mohammed Nuru Khalid.
No. We are talking about this.
That one is the one for during the one for the coronavirus. This one.
That's the person we are discussing, Sheikh Khalid.
Yeah,
it's the Khalid one we are talking about now. Mohammed Khalid.
It's the Mohammed Khalid we are talking about. If you remember one man, if you remember, there was one also that criticized Buhari as well. It is all over in the YouTube, that said that they made a mistake for campaigning against Goodluck Jonathan. That one is also there. That one, they didn't call for his removal. They didn't do anything. Why are they focusing on this particular one? Even Muhammad himself went back to Medina to fight people that they considered that time that they were not doing the right thing. If Imam and Malamis will come out to speak, if you listen to this man, you played his video right now. He said, "Dukamu imams, dukamu muchika baki achikin wanang magana akang Nigeria." He was advising them, let them not keep quiet. Let them put mouth into this problem that is happening in Nigeria. They are all imams, and these people are speaking out now. Then we are criticizing them.
You see, Vin, engineer just said something surprising. One point is he said, he didn't say that a man said that the Yobos voted Buhari. But he didn't just say
That was the only thing you picked
no,
from it. Look at this guy.
Now
Eh?
to have
My goodness me. You have issues.
You just sat there through and
have
then
issues.
May God bless you for saying the truth come. You see? And now the truth come. You see? Thank you. May God bless you for saying that.
One man, are you proposing that they should not speak the truth to power? Is that your
No.
position?
I'm not saying they shouldn't speak the truth. I'm just wondering if he likes the luster and the glitz and glamour of the attention that comes.
Intentions. That's
none of that.
So how would you want to question his intention?
Because of the associations that is forming with the media and the rebel space, where all the attention is in the country.
But you heard that he has been doing this a long time. He has that history of always talking about what is wrong with the government. Well, why did all those time he's been speaking back in 2019 or before that? Did we ever hear him in the media? No.
All of them.
So why now that he's speaking?
Okay.
Because
so he wants to blow, Abby.
An event of greater proportion happened in that country. A bombing of a government infrastructure. Kidnapping of about 300 or 800 people. So many of them stay in captivity, and you want him to keep quiet. Something that has never happened in the history of that country before. The only way that people link Abuja to the north, which is the train, got bombed, and you want him to keep quiet.
Yeah, it's not his space. It's not his space. It's not his space.
He's a Nigerian. He's a concerned citizen of that country.
It's not his space to run political commentaries, you know.
One man. These guys, I give them credit. You understand? The reason why I give them credit is these people, they come out, they are all Muslims, they are imam. When last did you see imams coming out and be talking how bad the country is? You understand? So I give them credit for doing that, and I give them, honestly, they are Muslims because they feel the impact. You understand? The amount of people dying in that country. It's only the imams that come out and speak and say it and challenge the Nigerian government. But look at in the other religion. What are they doing? We have Khan. What are they doing up to date? Nothing.
They speak all the time, though. You can't say Khan don't
speak all the time.
No, Khan speaks all the time.
Where? How?
In support of you, engineer, in support of your position. Look, if all the imam in the north can rise up today and say no to Buhari, and they keep saying it every day, that will bring solution to the problem of the insecurity in the north. The killings is alarming.
It's epic.
Do you know how many people that this imam knows that have been killed within this period of time this man has been in power in their various mosques? A lot of people that have been missed, a lot of ladies, young girls that have been taken away, a lot of people that have been killed, sacked from their villages, a lot of imams that have been killed too. Some what do you call the leaders of, is it Emaya? Do you know how many Emayas that have been killed as well? And you expect that to keep waiting and not talk?
Okay, let me ask a question. How come, despite being instructed not to speak to the media anymore, he still entertained Sowore? Why?
Why did he entertain Sowore? If somebody come to visit you as a man of God, you have to open your door for that person to come in. That is what he did for him.
Right. So which law?
Hold on, Vin. He was instructed not to entertain the media anymore.
I think
it's people now.
I mean, he's a man of himself. He can decide.
I mean, you heard from his statement,
and he promised not to do it.
Where did you see that? Where did you have that agreement? What did you write after written agreement?
Okay, hold on, rational mind.
Okay, what is wrong? One man, hold on.
Let me look for his
what is wrong?
What is wrong?
Answer that question. You tell us what is wrong in meeting Sowore. Tell us what is wrong in meeting Sowore.
This is what I'm about to tell you. He said that the assignment God had given him to do and that he would not give it up. The cleric said he had decided not to talk to the press on the matter any longer, following a move by some people seeking reconciliation on the matter, who had pleaded with him that he should stop speaking to the media about the matter. He said he had given them his word and conditions that he would stop until after Salah, which is still going on. He said his conditions for reconciliation included that he would not withdraw what he has said about the worrisome security situation in the country. So he, by his own words, said he was given direct instructions not to speak to the media. And of course, I don't even think anybody here will argue that Sowore is not the media. So he gave his words. He went back on it
Sowore
just for the cloud. So no.
He's a presidential
no.
candidate.
It was going to be a private.
When you speak about things, let's consider context too. In the context of what he did, he said he was on his campaign trail to go and see people within Akko area, whatever, Nasarawa State and area there. In fact, he went to one. I mean, immediately left the Sheikh's place or that digital imam. He went to a place. Is it Paki or Paki, whatever they call it? From there, he went to another place. He was on a train of campaign. So he felt that it was necessary for him to see that man. In fact, he said he even went to church. He said he went to church for the Easter. I said he didn't go to the church because of he wants to be.
Did you hear what the imam said? Rational mind.
I only watched a bit of it. I've not really fully.
No. From what I've read, I've got it downloaded. I can play it for you.
From what you read, he said he has decided not to speak about it with the press.
He had promised. He said he gave his word.
He said promise. He promised. He said he has decided.
He said I gave my word.
No, he said
with condition.
Okay, I'll read it
But
again.
hold on, with the condition that
he
would not going to.
He said I decided not to speak to the press anymore about it. That's what he said.
I just read it now.
Bring it up.
He attached condition to that. That he is not going to withdraw the statement he has made earlier, and that nobody can stop, and he is not going to stop speaking the truth to power.
He did not say that.
You just read it to us. You just read the condition to us.
The people, he did not say that, woman, but he did not say he promised to. He said he has decided. He said he has decided.
Hold on. He said the cleric said he had decided not to talk to the press on the matter. And sorry, can you listen? Can you listen, please? The cleric said he had decided not to talk to the press. He said he decided not to talk to the press on the matter any longer, following a move by some people seeking reconciliation on the matter, who had pleaded with him that he should stop speaking to the media about the matter. No, so here it is now. He said he had given them his words and conditions that he would stop until after Salah. He said his condition for reconciliation include that he would not withdraw what he had said about the worrisome security situation in the country. So very quickly after giving his word, of course, about Sowore is not press, Abi. He didn't.
He went there as a presidential aspirant. He went there as a presidential aspirant.
Let me ask one man.
First one man on this topic is what you just read. Now let us not take it out of what he said. You said he said I have given my words in the context of what he just said. Read that place very well. One man. I'm sure you're a very learned person.
Read what, please? What are you wanting me to?
Just from where he said that I've given my word.
Yeah.
And then the sentence that follows it. What did he say?
Okay.
Can I interject?
Hold on. Let's see what rational mind wants to pick out of this. The cleric said he had decided not to speak to the press. Hold on. Let me give you, so that I take the whole paragraph. It's just a short read. The cleric said he had decided not to talk to the press on the matter any longer, following a move by some people seeking reconciliation on the matter, who had pleaded that he should stop speaking to the media about the matter. He said he had given his word to his words. He said he had given them his words and condition that he will stop until after Salah. He said his condition for reconciliation include that he would not withdraw what he had said about the worrisome security situation in the country. So what are you highlighting in that?
You said promise, which I know you want to equate I giving out my words, meaning promise. Maybe that's what you got the idea of a promise from. But in the context of what you just that paragraph,
you have given your word.
Hold on, giving your word.
What does giving your word mean?
I understand, one man, but you are using the word promise.
So
like this.
I say it as though am I misinterpreting it?
I get you.
What does give your word mean?
I get you. No problem.
When I say I give you my word, what am I doing?
One man, would you allow me? I'm not disputing the fact that giving your word might also mean promise. Okay.
Now, it means exactly that, not might.
Okay. It means exactly that. Now, in the context of what you just read, giving my word, then what follows it? What did he say?
I just read it 3 times now.
So I'm saying to you, that is where your answer, the answer to your question is. He did not promise that it's going to stop. He said it's going to be on the condition that after Ramadan, after Salah or Ramadan, that's what he said. And then
that's not what he said. That's not what I read it now.
You read it very well.
What do you mean read it? I've read it about 4 times now.
That is.
Let me ask you, one man.
Hold on. Hold on, Rasha. What are you doing now?
No.
Are you trying to rearrange the man's words? He said, hold on. Let me tell you what he said. He said he had given his words, that he had given his word, which is a promise, not to speak to the media until at least after Salah, which is not over yet. So that is what he said. And the condition that he attached was that he was not going to withdraw the controversial statement that he had made. So he did not abide by the promise that he had made, because Sowore, of course, however you choose to slice it, we know him as a media man.
It will not stop until Salah. What does that mean?
Sowore did not go there as a media man.
He did not. He will not. Hold on. He said he will not speak to the media until after Salah. Which part of that are we struggling with?
Did Sowore went there as a media man? Did he go there?
Sowore did not go there as a media man, but as a presidential aspirant. One man. You know that, right? Sowore did not go there as a media man, but a presidential aspirant. And as a man of God doesn't close their door against people. Their door is always open to receive people for counseling, for anything, and to talk to people. So Sowore went in there, he talked to him, they have a good time, cordial interaction, friendly and frank. And that's it. Why are you calling this man? Huh?
In addition to what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Sowore, there are Khan in Nigeria. There are pastors. There are native doctors. There are Olumba. There are Tele. Why Sowore didn't go to them and decide to go to this Imam? Because there is something that the Imam is saying, the reality of what is happening in that country. And Sowore is happy. He is pleased with what an Imam is coming out to say things that is not right. Now,
no, I don't disagree. That's why exactly where we started this conversation from. That it rhymes with this another mantra.
Good. So if Sowore should go there as an Imam, he would definitely welcome him.
Yes,
even though he's a pastor or he's a native doctor, if you go to them to discuss something, they will attend to you. So that's how it works.
That's it. Simple as ABC.
So why are we beating around the bush here?
I don't know. It was Ajale Koko that created this whole controversy.
What is wrong with
you are the one that created it. You are the one that created it. Say, oh, the man is a Luther, and
is not a dirty word now.
Not jail him? Should the government not send him out of
Nigeria? It was inciting against. It was inciting against the state.
One man. What do you mean by incitement? Tell me the incite. I mean, in his word, tell me how this man incited the people.
He was using the position that he has to speak to a high octane situation, to try and rile the people up emotionally and then point them in the direction of the government.
You guys don't know who is one man. You better start to learn who one man is. I know
Is that
one man.
is
one
that
man
treason?
will
Is
preach
that treason even? Did Sowore do that much before they accused him of treason?
Under the Constitution, does he have the right, the constitutional right, like every other Nigerian, to speak, to express himself? Does he have it?
It's not every right that you have that you exercise.
Oh, really, one man? So
Yes.
your freedom of expression, the man mustn't exercise it?
No,
as guaranteed by the Constitution.
No. Every right has moderation.
Which moderation?
You have
what
to be
has he done?
temperate. You have to be temperate in your presentation.
How was he not?
And taking cognizance the influence that you have over others.
Influence over others. So
yes.
The influence that the government have over us to protect us, why did the government not perform it? And you expect us to keep looking at them, not performing, not protecting us, and the leaders that can speak, that can shake the ground, should not speak. When majority of the people doesn't have the capacity to speak.
If a Yoruba Imam has said the same words, if a Yoruba Imam has said the same words, will it be in Kirikiri by now?
Why will it be in Kirikiri? A lot of Yoruba Imam have said, a lot of religious leaders are speaking that you don't hear them on the social media. Some they hear them on the social media.
All right, so you're admitting that this guy is a social media Imam.
It is not matter of social media. We are in a social media world. So how does he speak to reach millions of people? How would you speak to reach millions of people if you don't go through social media? Where are we now? Are we not on social media?
You have to understand that the social media is
do you not have world view from Japan? Do you not have what is the name of Thomas in Australia? How did you reach there?
But an imam should be sedate and conservative. It should be sedate.
What do you mean by call him digital imam? Apart from what Jiro said,
it's the paper they pays him.
No. His Quran is in his tablets.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Yeah.
So that is
this guy is very learned. He's a very well-read man. So and he uses his. You don't really see usually according to what he said. One of it, there was this interview he granted. He said he uses his tablet or iPad to read to his congregation, and that's one of the reasons why they call it.
You know that the digital space is the market space of people like Bobrisky, etc. Is it not contending in that space for elements like that?
Mind you, there was a pandemic. A lot of us attend church, services online. I do. I don't even have to go to physical church anymore. I can do it from the comfort of my home. So what are we talking about? The pandemic has made it whereby everybody has to do everything. Even you and all of us here talking about, we've not even met in person perhaps, and then already we are all talking from different parts of the world. I was just speaking to my wife now in the background, telling her that, look, people on this place here, we are about from 6 continents of the world. It was like, name them. I started naming it to her. So the point I'm trying to make is that we are gradually getting to that, we're already in that digital phase already.
I would like to, Rational Man, I would like to ask one more question.
Is reaching his audience. There are some of his students that are not in Nigeria. They're outside Nigeria. He has to reach to them. Do you know how many Islamic people that are outside, that are of northern origin, that like this man? They listen to him.
I have a question for one man, please.
What are you talking about? So let's not find fault with all this.
I'm just alarmed, I'm just alarmed. I'm alarmed that you don't share in my alarm.
So when the Christian leader makes such utterances,
but that's their space now. That's their space. That's their space.
What do you mean by their space? They have 2 heads. They have 2 heads over. They have more head over the imam.
Ajalikoko, I have a question for one man, please. One man, please. Do you want to tell us here in this platform and those that are watching us that Quran instructed an imam or a malam or a sheikh not to speak, the truth when the country he is living in is collapsing?
I don't know the first thing about the Quran, so I cannot speak on it.
Okay, let me use the pastors. Let me use the pastors.
It's not about Quran, but you are attacking imam. You see how
I
you
know that the religion is ultra conservative.
No, you don't know it. You just said now. What do you mean by ultra conservative?
I know.
One man, you shot yourself on the foot.
Islam, you shot yourself on the foot now. Islam is a religion of peace and a religion that guarantees that stand for peace.
Is it a conservative?
Justice, equity.
Is it a conservative? Yes, we know it stands. Is it a conservative religion?
And what does conservative means? Does that conservative mean to shut up and you don't speak to the authority? Is that what your own meaning of conservative?
No. But conservative means that you should not be on Instagram battling for airtime with Bobrisky.
In the modern world, what are you talking about, one man? Are we not living in modern? Are we still living in the Stone Age? Is that what you are saying?
Living in cave, isn't it?
I don't know where man is taking this.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Guys, I told you one man is winding you guys up. Winding you guys up.
But we have done well. Everybody, we have done well. We defeated one man. We finally we let him finally shot himself in the foot. He has said he doesn't know anything about Quran and he's attacking an Islamic leader.
No, I'm not attacking him. Before they send fatwa, don't send your fatwa. I'm not.
They will say fatwa against you. They will declare fatwa against you.
We know what they are like over there.
The hunter is not being hunted. One man, you're not being hunted.
Do you want to show the video now or what?
All right. Let me show the video. It's quite a long one, but I will see how much of it we can digest. Hopefully, I don't get kicked off. This is Sowore, and it's our new Alota friend.
We gravitate towards. Okay. Naturally, we gravitate towards people who have concern for justice. Anyway, I wasn't born in 1960, but I was born around 1971. And I've spent a good part of my life just fighting for justice. And I just can't believe that Nigeria is where it is today. It's very shameful. And not only is this shameful, there was a video I was watching today on my way here, and it was by a Ghanaian pastor. And he was talking about West African leadership. He said, he particularly focused on Nigeria. He said, Nigerian leaders are dumb. That's how he put it. He said, but his own concern is Nigerian people themselves. And he wished that every country in the world would drive Nigerians out of their country so that they can go to their country and fix their country. Because part of the reason why we are still able to tolerate some of these leaders is because we have sometimes where to run to. Sometimes where to run to, not even physically but mentally. It's mental escape from Nigeria. Some people are in Nigeria and they're not here. They have a way they just go and hide in their head. So that this will not continue. But the fantastic job we are doing is the job of creating social consciousness. There is nothing like that, especially the way you have sustained it. And sustaining at the time that almost everybody is afraid to speak out at this point. Almost everybody is afraid to sustain their criticism against this unjust system, an incompetent system. And that you stood out there day in, day out, raising your voice and telling people not to be afraid. It's very, very powerful. I'm not saying it in front of you because I'm standing in front of you. I say we'll be kind to you.
Negotiate with criminals. And I gave them my word that I will.
Doing the job that you're sent to do on earth. Still, politics went to find you in a mosque, persecuted you and kicked you out of the mosque. They didn't care about what you will eat the next. It's not as if you eat their food anyways. But they didn't care about how you feel about it. But they just had to sacrifice one person because he's standing up for the truth. So we're glad that you keep doing that. What my friend told me is that, the first thing he told me when he introduced you to me years ago, he said, you like this Imam because it's the first Imam who started using laptops. And I was one of the first person that started a digital news platform in Nigeria. So he said, you guys would like each other. But like I said again, we never had the opportunity until today.
I think you are the pioneer of Sahara.
Yeah.
Please, how can I put it? My apologies to you and the entire Sahara people. Because somebody talked to me about giving them an audience.
Yes. I was the one who requested this.
Yes, but I said no.
Yeah.
I will tell you why now. My people, including myself, I told you yesterday, they met me that there are some who are trying to make reconciliation with the other party. They are begging me to stop any media discussion about that issue. They will solve the problem. And I gave them my words that I will stop any media interview on that issue until after Salah. Subsequently, the man called me. I don't want to mention his name. He's a very big personality in Nigeria. He called me that this is the interview. I said, no, please tell them I'm sorry. I've made a promise that no more interview on this issue until after Salah. Why I did that is because when you are moving with people, you have to be democratic.
Yeah.
Allow them to say their own view and ideas. Discuss it with them. I know I have conditions for reconciliation. One of the conditions is that I will not withdraw any words that I've said.
Spoken.
And the second condition is that no one will caution me on any issue I speak out for the people. If it is against the will of the government, they have security operations. They know how to operate. Let them come and arrest me.
Exactly.
But you in the mosque, as a committee member or as chairman, you have no right to caution me. If it is against the tenet of Islam as well, summon the FCT committee of imams to call me and ask me. That is my conditions. And I know it's hardly for them to
meet those conditions.
Because I don't want to go back. I am feeling as if I gain my freedom now. I can speak out freely. I don't mind anybody whether he feels good or bad. Because my mission is not to combat people to Islam. That is not my mission. My mission is to create awareness in the minds of Nigerians that we are.
Okay. So it goes on and on and on. So essentially, that it says the digital imam who now likes the glitz and glamour of attention. So that is it. That's the Sowore's latest recruit. So let's go on from the digital imam to actually, where should we go? Let's go to the first story that we did. Our kidnappers said their fathers own Nigeria, so they resort to terrorism to collect their share. So this was the harrowing experience of a popular gospel singer that was making his way to Kogi State and was subsequently accosted by subsequently accosted by Fulani terrorists. Quite a revelation. You know, they're talking about cannibalism. They're talking about fetishism. They're talking about brutality. They're talking about almost animal-like existence. They worked for about 50 hours was what the guy said. He was saying that these are Fulani people, they were using kanoko and this sort of stuff, drinking from what they used to bathe their livestock, and this sort of almost savage-like behavior. What are you then making of the account of this gospel singer, Ajale Koko?
It was very pathetic, that ordeal that guy went through. He according to him, they trekked from 4 p.m. and non-stop till around 1 p.m. in the morning in the bush. That is the worst torture that anyone can have on earth. But in all is, there are 2 or 3 things that he mentioned that call for concern, for our security concern in that country. Number 1, the statement that those people mentioned that Nigeria belonged for them. Their great-grandfather said Nigeria belonged to them. And because we occupy Nigeria and we can't let them have it, that is why they resorted to kidnapping and taking money from us. That should call for concern. It tells us that some group of people are out there in the bush with this ideology that they want to take other part of Nigeria, particularly the southern part of Nigeria, for their own. Then number 2, that should call for our security concern was that when somebody make a call to them, they will note that phone number and they will call a particular place to identify where that call came from. They have a kind of telecommunication network body that they work with that will identify where the call came from, the identification of that person that called. So that tells us that our information, the information of everybody in Nigeria with regard to our information, with our phone number and every data of us are in the hand of some people that work with these terrorists. That call for concern, that is number 2. Then number 3 is that if people are coming to pay ransom to them, they will monitor, they have a system that will monitor the movement of that person. They have a system that will know if that person have a kind of, how did you call it?
Tracker.
Yeah, what do you call it, one man?
He said when they deliver the money, they flip through it with some sort of device to identify if there's a tracker amongst the nodes.
Actually, when they are coming on their way there, they have a tracker that can track them, their movement towards them, and they have
what he said was that there was a telephone communication that was tracking their movement.
Yeah,
so
that was
the
tracking their
people doing
movement.
they are being micro orchestrated by superior. They are puppet masters essentially.
Yes,
and they also said that the money there's a cut for the army. they caught for the military, they caught for the IT people. So they have a whole organization, a cartel.
It's a cartel.
Yeah.
The military, the telecommunication people, and others. Who are these people? These are government officials in Nigeria. These are key sectors in Nigeria with regard to the military, with regard to intelligence, with regard to telecommunication. These are the people that connive with these people to carry out this menace in our society. And the man said that those people, they are Nigerian. He said they speak Hausa, but they are Hausa. He said because he lives in the north. And he can distinguish between, it's just like we Yorubas, that when a Ekpa man speaks Ekpa, you can know this is Ekpa. When Ijebu speaks Ijebu, he said that is the way we have different tribes in the north, even though they speak Hausa, you can, from their tonation, you can know, from their accent, you can know that, okay, this one is from this side. He said, but these people, they speak Hausa, but they speak Nigerian with it. And he said he had freely conversation with them because he could speak Hausa. Possibly maybe that's what saved them. He was speaking Hausa and they were speaking, they had a very good, during their time in captivity, they were engaging, they were talking, you know, and he asked them and they told him, just like one man said, that, look, this is not them alone. They have others that this money, they have to share it among themselves. Military, telecommunication, intelligence, and all the rest. It is sad. It just shows that what some people have been saying are true. That some people are all out to kill some people in other parts of Nigeria, particularly in the west, in the east, to take their land. And they have surrounded our place. There are many in the bush there with arms and ammunition, ready to strike when it is time for them to strike. And all what they are doing now is just to starch us, to extort us, and, you know, forcefully take money from us to strengthen themselves, to keep using it to buy arms and fortify themselves. You know, it's just sad.
What also struck me, Ajanle Koko, was just how fetishistic these people are. You know, because they said if people don't pay, they will cut them up. They will kill them and cut them up. And before your very eyes, they will have people coming to buy the body parts there. For what purpose? Body part is not a meal. So that tells you then, you know, because you always hold on. You always think of these people as essentially the narrative is that they are seeking a higher religious purpose and they are using this vehicle. But when they are killing people to sell body parts, then it speaks to a different narrative. But a rational mind, you wanted to come in.
With my thinking in the Southwest, we have very, I mean, we have a logo. That's what we would say. We have spiritistic power. But I tell you, these people are very, very, I've lived among them to understand that they are very, very fetish. And all kind of fetishism it's based on some kind of Quranic thing that they do. I mean, these people are very, very. Sometimes you wonder how are they able to elude the Nigerian security architecture? How are they able to have this kind of a stronghold on people? I read between the lines sometimes that these people, no doubt. I mean, you can tell from.
The man was telling us that they have kanoko. They have kanoko.
What does that mean? What's kanoko? What do you mean by that?
Ajale Koko, tell him what he doesn't know kanoko. We always knew that he's not a Yoruba man. Ajale Koko, what is kanoko?
What is kanoko?
Ajale Koko.
Kanoko. Job, you know, Jebe.
Kanoko.
ogun burúkú tó mú tó máa ń charge wọn ni.
No, I'm a bit surprised. Kanoko is a Yoruba sort of a charm that you can walk just for 2 minutes and you would have traveled about 50 miles.
You're speaking your Yoruba here. Kanoko. What is Kanoko? You know I read Yoruba. I did Yoruba.
No. It's called. Where is Mike?
Yoruba. Even Adelikoko is even saying something different from what you're saying.
What I know about it's a kind of drug that when you take it, you just give it like an energy booster. You just keep doing what you don't look back.
That's dagger.
Well, I just believe they can take this is a tramadol.
Yes, it's a
one man. What are you saying, one man? What are you saying, one man?
Hold it. Okay,
it's an energy booster.
He doesn't understand, but let me give it to him. It says, just mute yourself for a moment, Adale Koko. It says the following day we were in Ekiti. The following day we were in Ekiti. They asked if we were hungry. They gave us water they used to clean their cows. I drank it. They are used to it because they are all on drugs. They are fetish. At a time, I asked them if they are not tired. As a Yoruba boy, there is something called Kanoko. It means you can decide to trek from here to Ibadan and the journey will be shorter. And they told me that is what they use, Kanoko. I'm surprised that I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. No, it's not a drug. It's a charm. I'm not surprised that Rational Mind doesn't know it because it's not a Yoruba man. I'm surprised.
Doesn't even know it himself.
Well, there you are. So I'm even more Yoruba than the two of you.
You, one man. If the guy had not explained what it means,
everybody knows what. Everybody knows what Kanoko is. Even the last Tajebota on this planet, Alexander Gomez, he knows what Kanoko is. Alexander Gomez, one man is right. It's a charm to travel a long mile in a short space of time. Kanoko. Wow, there you are. So you learned something there. So there it is. I'm amazed. Everybody knows it. Even Mopego, this chap Ogunliye Kanoko is used to reduce distance by using spiritualism. Everyone knows you call yourself a Yoruba man. My goodness me.
Oh, okay, all right.
Here is Mike again. Mike. They don't know what Kanoko is.
So Mike, what does Mike know that one? I beg you, listen. People heard it on your platform. Everybody acting like they know. Let's forget it.
It is in common parlance, though.
It's something that it's not common.
No, it is. It is common. The fact that you don't know it is.
I would object to that. So I just want to argue.
My God! And he's asking me what is Kanoko. You're always confusing me when you say what is Kanoko, as though I was talking rubbish.
Maybe the way you pronounce it.
Is it not Kanoko? How would you pronounce Kanoko other than Kanoko?
Are you speaking?
Kanoko, you can use it in many forms. It can be in form of drink. It can be in the form of something you tie in your body. It's just a kind of energy booster that will keep on going and you're never tired. That is it.
Guys,
it comes in different form. It's not in just one form, Can be in form of drinks or something you tie in your body.
One man pronounced it correctly. Look at this. These are fake Yoruba people, but then we always knew that Rational Mind was a fake Yoruba man anyway. But there it is. But Adale Koko has been outed.
Adale Koko, Rational Mind came to shop Aduro in Yoruba land.
You look at that. We will take you to the nearest border. We will take you to the nearest border.
Okay. So anyway, what am I mean, Adale Koko, I'll let you continue what you say. So the point I'm trying to make is that you see, these people they've mapped out our forests. I mean, if you guys understand what they said when they were being chased down from this state, Matawale state, what's his name? Zamfara state. And they said they were able to, those guys, they were being bombarded in the forest, and these guys were able to walk through the forest down to Kaduna, from Kaduna down to Niger state, undetected. So when that guy was saying in his reading, what you also read, that they've mapped out the forest, they know our forest. So if these guys, only God knows what they have there in those forests. I mean, what kind of weaponry they have there.
They can take us easily because they know our land more than we do.
You can imagine these guys will be in the forest for many days. You're like, how can they survive in the forest? Even we that are in a town, even without electricity, we still find it very hard to survive. They are in the forest, deep forest there, all by themselves, isolated from people. I mean, you start to kind of wonder how these people were able to survive there in the wild there. So that's to tell you that you know what that guy said for me. I think
when you say savages, it's not necessarily a disparaging term. It's more a descriptive term.
Yeah,
because people who are more comfortable in the woods, in the thickness of forest, that when they come into community, they start to act like animals, savaging and raping and mutilating people. But when they are in the forest, that is where they're most at ease. Those are savages, and that is not even been disparaging. That's just been descriptive.
Yeah. So for me, you see, they know our forests more than us. That even the Nigerian military or the Nigerian security forces cannot even penetrate those places, and even they don't even know the mapping of the country. And let's not even talk about even saying they want to go and raid them. That tells you a lot that we're in a deep mess in that country.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
Go on, Ian.
You see, it surprises me to see that a foreigner who is coming from Niger, from Jamina, from Mali, will know the forests of the southern people so good that we, the southern people, doesn't even know their bushes. In fact, these people, they behave like soldiers. They behave like soldiers. They live in the forest. They dwell in the forest. They do everything in the forest. They eat anything, monkeys eat. Any food that the monkey eat is what we were eating also in the forest when we were fighting in Sierra Leone and Liberia. You see, these are some of the things these people, they know our forest more than we do.
But that shouldn't come as a surprise, though.
One man, our people, that is why I always hammer on the old southern Nigeria. Our people must wake up to the reality that this thing is, in fact, if they allow them, I don't think it will take them 1 year to overrun the entire southern Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth.
All right, thank you. Let me use this window to acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. So he has. Let me actually take it from the first one. So it says, "One man, stop winding people up. Come on now." So that was when I was trying to educate these guys on pampering, but they refused to learn. That's Alexander Gomez. He super chats again. One man, you are right. It is a charm to travel a long mile in a short space of time. And then the third super chat, of course, from the same person, Alexander Gomez. So this again from Alexander Gomez. It says, a rational mind, these bandits can move from Sokoto to Kagos without going through towns and villages. Amazing. But the thing is,
I think it meant Lagos.
Yeah, Lagos. Yeah, so yeah, Lagos. So, but the thing is, though, you have to understand that they have generational data, because this has been a trek that they have been making not for years, but decades or even centuries. They are essentially nomadic people who traverse for reasons of their self-protection and vegetation. They usually gravitate through the forest, and in those forests, they already have established map out paths that takes them from where they're going to where they're going. So they've been for decades and decades and decades traversing that space, and decades peacefully. They will pay the farmer for what harm is done. They will pay their way all the way through. They will use livestock as a form of payment and use currency as a form of payment. They know money. They know all of these things. It is only when they transmuted into this element now that all of those knowledge has now been weaponized as an attack thing against the Southerners.
The danger, another danger that they mentioned in that report was when this guy went out from the bush to the town to buy gari and brought it in, which they mixed with palm oil for them to eat. So what that tells us is that a lot of these people live in their midst, live in our midst, in our town. They live in our town, and we don't know. And in the night, they will go into the bush. So it just tells us that all this information that the Yoruba agitation, particularly, that is what I can talk about. I don't know much about Igbo's agitation, whether they say it in their own medial social media space too. But Yoruba agitators media space have been saying this for a long time. They have said a lot of these things. And this is what this pastor confirmed to us. So it just tells us that we are living in a country that is not safe. We have seen it a lot of time. When this, what do you call this, security, Yoruba security outfit? Amotekun. We have seen several times when Amotekun will impound some trailers full of arms and with weapons from the north coming down south here. For what? Why are they loading trailers with weapons, guns, arrow, machete? For what?
Even with dogs.
These people are planning some kind of evil. They are preparing to carry out something against us in the future. And except we down south here come together as one people to resist this evil, this is alarming against us. It's alarming against the whole country, the entire country. But we are the people. What do we know? That this element of evil that this guy was talking about, that was saying this land belongs to them and they are going to take it one day. What do we know?
You know that narrative, Adale Koko, do you know that narrative have been subsisting for decades and decades?
For decades.
That's a Danfodio narrative.
Yes. But now that the country is open, the border is more porous than before. Most of these criminals from Sahel are moving in their thousands. We are in danger in that country. We're in danger, and now we have some element in our military, in our security, intelligence, in our telecommunication services, colluding with these people, working with them, and it's just. And they said they work across 5 states. 5 states during the 3 days that they were in captivity. 5 states in the bush. I mean, this is very unfortunate. And
what do you think the solution is, Ajanle Koko? Not the long-term, Yoruba nation something, but because I feel that some of those forest areas, they should be cut through so that there's more visibility in those forest spaces.
It is very easy to monitor. You just need, what do you call this? This thing that fly in the air. What do you call it?
Drones.
We just need surveillance drone. Surveillance drone can do the job well for us. It can monitor our space, our bushes. We can know where they are. But this federal government does not allow any state to carry surveillance, to have surveillance drone.
They are accomplices as well as Ajale Koko.
Yes, Ekiti State applied for surveillance, Osun State rather, for surveillance, what do you call that thing? Drone. They didn't approve it.
Because they know what they're doing.
when that issue of Igogon was very bad, they applied that this situation is happening in Osun State as well, and this is what we are trying to do to help to know where these people are, to protect our territory. They didn't approve it for them. So we have a situation where most of what some people are saying are coming out to be true. The Fulanization agenda, the Islamization agenda, and an agenda in the long run to take over, to come and kill us and take over our land and resources. So that is what is simply playing out here. If this administration, if the leadership of Nigeria are serious of securing that country, they just need to break up that country into regionalism and allow every region to secure their place in the best way they know will work for them. That is the only solution for it. Then you will see this security problem will come to an end, because Igbo people in their own land, we have surveillance drone, they will have their security men that can go into the bush and flush these people out. Yoruba people will go into the bush. We can do it. Every part of Nigeria can do it. Once our people are armed and well trained to do the job, they will do it. They will flush them out. They are not impossible to be flushed out. Not impossible. But we have a government in place that does not have that does not want to take that political will, to crush them. We have an administration in place that aid and abet these people. And they are killing, these people are getting stronger every day. And they are getting richer every day by this money they make every day. They make millions. The country is getting broke. The country is in debt. The people in the country are getting poorer, but these criminals are getting richer, and they are getting strengthened. They are getting more power. They are getting more sophisticated every day. It's just a shame. And some people still want to align with these criminal politicians, still want to vote for them, still want to look at them as if they are the one that can save this country. I mean, it is high time for us to do something and kick these people out and start finding solution to our problem.
I don't know if you guys listened to what happened. Somebody said recently, I think from the north. I can't remember who said that. They said Nigerian border up north should be properly manned. They should really take care of that border, because that is where the problem is for us. These people keep pouring in from that border, because that border is just the problem.
The border is not the problem.
It is the problem.
It is the problem. It is the problem. That is where they are pouring in from. That is where they are pouring in from. You see, Nigerian border with Niger is almost 1,000 miles.
So and that's the problem. So that's widely the problem.
The same we have our border with Chad.
Hold on. Hold on. That's the problem, because when you say border, people would think that it's some entry point that is formal. But like you said, the border line between Nigeria and a lot of these Sahel militant countries, Chad, Niger, etc., where these people, the backward north, the borderline between them is like stretches endless miles, thousands of miles, as you've just said. So to man it is a task in itself. You can't man it physically. You have to be able to man it remotely. But Nigeria does not have the sophistry to handle the technology of manning it. You cannot man it unless you use technology. So forget border. So how many immigration officers are you going to put in 1,000 miles of?
Well, we know you are the only trying to elaborate.
And these people, just for off the back of the narrative we're just discussing, these people, they know the back routes through the entirety of the swathe of West Africa. They know all the back routes. They know they've known it for centuries and decades. So they will pass you by, even you are just a mile away from them. You would know. You can't even be a feet from them.
So what's the solution, one man? What's the solution?
Well, the solution would be technology of some sort and collaboration with neighboring countries. But it's a task to try and shut borders in the north, because we are not talking about formal borders.
So in the absence of that, what do you think can be done? What is the other plan B?
Well, yes, it's technology. You can use technology and have it, or also create a buffer area. That is really the best thing. So you can create like a stretch of a mile buffer between two countries, which is no-go areas, and anything that moves around that space gets shot. So that's just, and then you man it from the air. But it's not some.
Well, like you said, this is
immigration officer.
Nigeria does not have the technology for all of what you're talking about. So for me, the only solution that I see here is let them go to regionalism. That's like one man. I mean, was it Adeleko proposed here?
How does that resolve it? How does that resolve it?
Each region will be able to, with their own. I mean, I'm sure the western part of Nigeria, with the resources we have, will be able to put. One thing to understand.
We've already established that these people know the back passages of our interlands far better than we do.
In our forest reserve,
our people know them too.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, definitely, we hire people there. And you see, listen. Let me say this to you. When Akerele proposed that everybody, that is the problem we have in that country. There is no data. We don't have a database or data to know who are truly citizens, who are not citizens. Look at what Akerele said. Akerele said everybody in the forest reserve area, because in Ondo State there are so many of these Fulanis in the forest areas, even down south to Kitipupa area, down to the Niger Delta area, part of Ondo State. He said everybody in that forest reserve, you must come out and register. We want to know everybody in that place, all your kids. And he said for the purpose of we want to do education, we know maybe that's another thing just to entice them to come out. But look at what federal government said. Through Gabashew, if all of you remember that time, he came and started attacking what's his name? Who are you to be that you register? See, that is the problem, because as soon as you're able to get the data of people who are in there, and you can send people to go in there, your security forces or your law enforcement agency to go in there, and they look through the roster and they see that all the people mentioned here are not here on this roster, they can get them evicted. But you see, that is the problem with the North. You
want to be marking roster. What are you?
Hold on. Don't get me wrong.
You're a funny guy.
When I'm saying roster here, I'm saying that you have a database of people who are living your.
Is Muyiwa from Class B? Can you put your hands up? Is this what are you doing? What are you?
I know you're very sometimes you can be very funny.
No. I want to be marking. Are you your brother? You want to be marking register?
Listen. I try to speak on your platform here because of some of our audience who are from Nigeria, and maybe they don't really. I don't want to be speaking grammar. I try to bring it to their level whereby they can understand what I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say here is that you need to know who are in your forest. Where are they in your forest? And like he proposed again, he proposed ranching. This moving of cattle from where it's a recipe for this.
Yes, and that's also part of the panacea.
Yeah,
they have to transnational policy, no free roaming cattle anymore. So, and we need the cooperation of Niger Republic, we need the cooperation of Chad and Mali for that, and Cameroon, so that as a policy, we say that this system of pasteurizing is long and dead. It's not, that's not animal husbandry anyway, it's a culture. But now it's a culture that is now burdening on, so that almost is a silver bullet if they can stop the roamings of
Now, listen now, from what I said now, when we proposed that, the southern governors they proposed that, the North went ballistic, they went crazy, they said no, you cannot do that. This is a tradition. I mean, when you have a country that is divided and it's not on the same page on solving a problem, we talk about the border. Man the border, you said, well, like you said, which is rightly you said, maybe there's no, some people say there's no border, which I don't agree. There is a border, but manning that border is the problem. So
okay, sorry, what do you mean? Okay, what do you mean by manning the border?
I mean, not necessarily like you said, not necessarily you have to put men on every border. Like you said, create a buffer zone whereby anything that moves
so that's not manning.
That's another thing.
So that's a buffer
zone.
Hold on,
there will be people there who will be monitoring it. When we say man too, There will be people there through technology. They will be manning it.
You can use machines to man it too.
Yeah, they can even put some landmines there. Landmines.
No. That's against UN convention.
Oh no. I mean, that's what some countries do. Some countries, they put landmines on their borders. If you step on it, that person is gone. So they could be, maybe they have some kind of some guns, weaponry that are ready to shoot anything moving around there. It could be. But this thing requires technology. I don't think Nigeria has the technology for that. Which
Nigeria has the money. They have the money to do it, but they cannot do it because of their own interests and what the ideology that has been preached for quite some time.
So they will still want that people pouring in to swell their population in north there, so that they can always continue saying that they have the population. So you see, when we have a country that is not on the same page, that's why I said let them go on regionalism. Let each region man its own area, even though we're not allowed to have our own self-army, or each region cannot have their own army. At least if they have their own police, regional police that could man their own border, that borders southwest with the north, maybe from Kwara State. If Kwara State decide to be part of southwest, they can man that part so that anybody coming into that place, they go through some kind of rigorous check. Because if they
you cannot do that in one country.
They can. That's why I said regionalism. You have to negotiate that. That is why when we talk about national.
What do you mean? It's a semi-autonomy, isn't it? Regionalism. You have to be autonomous to have a border.
No. When we say border, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying border in the sense that you have a border inside a country.
You have to be autonomous to interrogate somebody. It's like me walking from my living room to the kitchen and then needing a pass to get into the kitchen.
No, this is not your kitchen.
It's one house now. It's one house.
What you are giving is not this example does not fall in this one. We're talking about listen. If I'm moving from a state within the United States to another state, in some states they have state troopers, like in Texas. If you move, they can see you move. And they can stop you if they see maybe an out-of-state license plate. They can stop you and ask you and frisk you and ask you questions. And
they can only stop you if they have reasons to, not for reasons of having an out-of-state. But the out-of-state number plate is not sufficient enough reason.
I'm just giving an example. Don't criticize.
Yeah, no, but that example that you're giving makes the example you are giving makes my point. It makes my point. Just going by the example that you are giving, they cannot, because your number plate is not from California, stop you. You have to do something to. Yes,
it's not necessarily because your number is foreign. Anybody can be stopped if you look suspicious. They have a reason. That's the law here.
Yeah, if
they have reason to doubt that you need to be, they don't need a warrant for that. Sometimes they can stop you. I mean, the US.
How would you have borders within a country?
I'm not saying don't get me wrong. I'm not saying necessarily there must be borders. What I'm saying is those border states that borders other states from the north. I'm not saying the police. I mean, if we have a regional police there, they can always.
What you're saying is unworkable already. But
hold on. You keep interrupting me. Let me make this.
Yeah, because what you're saying is unworkable. But carry on.
It's workable. They will not allow it to work because we are.
It's not that they will not allow it to work. It's unworkable.
They will not allow it to work. Two. Okay, let me say number one. They don't. Our politicians don't know this, and if they know this, it will never work among them because they will never agree on it. They don't come on the same table on that.
No. Okay. How does it work?
I just give you an example of in the South. No cattle movement. Ranching is what we discussed.
That one I agree with. But this having border patrols along regional lines within one country is unworkable.
One man. I'm not saying we're going to have each region going to have their own immigration system. No, that's what I'm saying.
No,
I'm saying the police. Hold on, police, forest guards. Hold on. Yes. The police and the forest guards, when they see people move within the forest, they have the right to stop them and ask them, why are you not ranching these cattle? Why are you moving them through the forest? They can confiscate them.
Oh no, that's a police matter though. That's not a border. That's not a border control.
No, when I say border, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to make it like our listeners can understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying border per se as in border. Thank you for asking me that question to clarify that part. I'm not saying border inside the country or its own. I'm just saying that those states that borders the northern part of Nigeria that could really bring in people from the south. I mean, if they allow it in their own side and they don't allow it in the south, and if every region is autonomous on their own, then their state troopers or maybe state police or whatever, or forest guards can always ask people. I mean, people that are coming.
What you're essentially saying is a forest rangers sort of system.
Maybe that, anything you want to call it, police, forest ranger. But what I'm saying is that each region has the autonomy to man their own space. Decide. I mean, not only decide who comes there, but at least have every right to. Question who's coming into their space. Doesn't mean that you can't come into their space, but that you cannot infringe on the already set out law, especially when it comes to who are you, where are you coming from, why are you roaming.
No, but that's a policing matter, though. That's a what you're talking about is a policing matter. Because what you are trying to suggest, what you are trying to suggest is some sort of militia type, quasi, whatever. Can you hold on? What you are trying to suggest is some sort of body force to spread the border lines between the, let's say, Yoruba land and the north, to question the intent of whoever is coming via the north into Yoruba land.
Not everybody.
One man, are they not doing it now? How do they intercept? How do they intercept all those trailers that are bringing?
That's a policing matter. That's a policing matter. That's not a border.
Policing. Listen.
You can still use it.
Every region has a state legislative body.
I think you need to go and work on it, because I don't think you're quite clear on what you're saying.
I know what I'm talking about. One man, I know what I'm talking about. For me to be debating this with you, I've thought through about it. I've seen it.
Okay. Present it. I won't interrupt. Present it succinctly.
What I'm saying is that if each region is allowed to have their own policing system, by policing system, I don't mean just the police alone. If they have their forest guards that are allowed to carry weapon, to man their forest, to see what is ever going, whatever shady things or whatever illegal things going, maybe forest logging or whatever, or people, criminals in the forest, they have weapons to go in there and whatever, just to secure that area, so that criminals does not use that place. By criminal here does not mean necessarily it means only the Fulanis. It could be even the Southerners themselves. So that is that. So if you're roaming your cattle from the north, which if they allow it there, hey, you cannot go beyond this point. This is Niger State. This is Kwara. Kwara State is part of Southwest. I'm just giving that example. You cannot, here in Kwara State, here, this borderline, if you cross, this line, you cannot, because there's a law here in play that every cattle should be in their ranches. So you cannot move it. So go back. The forest rangers can do that, or the police or whatever body that is set up for that can do that. And it should be in the constitution that every region has the right to do that. That can be negotiated during the sovereign conference or whatever they decide. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that everybody who is in Nigeria cannot be allowed to come into any part of. If I decide to want to go to, if I have legitimate business in the north, or any northerners has any legitimate business in the south, can move freely. But when you are infringing on certain laws, like roaming cattle, or all of you staying inside the cattle like this, you see them in, they show them, they will be on top of a long lorry, and then they will have so many cattle inside it, and they will be on top of those cattle coming down south. Why are you doing that? Why are you bringing
for the market? But let's
engineer market, then you have to be asked the questions as to, okay, you're bringing it down. What market are you going? You have to be asked that. You have to be proof for that. There's a system they can put in place for that. Go on, please.
So are you saying that if they are carrying the cattle on trailers, they should be questioned?
One man.
They should be checked. They should be checked. As to when they are coming, they should be checked.
For what reason?
The reason that we have several of them have been caught loading arms and ammunition underneath.
Yes, that's profiling.
No, it should be done in such a way. The way it is done in the United States, we have weighing station. Every trailer after moving there,
you have to weigh,
yes, you have to weigh. They have to weigh check.
So being black and being nearby, being black and being nearby. Let's hear from engineer.
I'm saying on every highway in the United States, across the United States, we have weighing station to check every truck to know if they are overload or if they are overweight. They have to check them. Check their record.
No, but that's different. That's different from.
No, we could introduce our own too. We could do that if it's part of the prevailing security of that state. We could do it too.
What you're asking for is profiling, but let's say
then they can do it to our own people, carry our truck to over there too. We are talking about solving security problems. You have said profiling.
All right, let's hear from engineer. But that is profiling. Yeah.
See, let's be realistic. Rational mind, what you said, you're absolutely good. But there's something I want you to pinpoint here. There's what we call interrogation, and there's what we call hate speech, and there's what we call discrimination. So all these things you said is okay. But something you need to realize, what one man said, profiling. Because people will feel, is it because it's not my state? You can't allow me to pass through here. You're questioning me too much. You understand? So things like this is definitely going to happen. In a way that we don't want things to happen like that. If there's anything passing through another state, then the states have to pass the message to the state where the goods are passing through.
Yeah.
You understand? So if the goods are coming, what these guys will do is just to scan it and to say, yes, these are the amount of good we saw in the truck, and that's it. But if we said something of stopping them, questioning them, or doing that, that's way too much.
Not necessarily, engineer, not necessarily the way I said it, but there could be some check and balances that can be put in place. Like just what you just said now, each state can transmit information to the other state. You get it? They can also put that in place too. That way, it will take out that profiling that one man is talking about. If the other state can really do diligence and be honest about it, that what they've checked is what it is. But you see, Nigeria is another place, another thing entirely. Things goes on there.
Yeah, another issue of you made mention of I think about regarding how can these people be coming into Nigerian state and this and that. I think one man give a example of neighboring countries. You see, some time ago, I worked with the West Midland Police in Birmingham here. What we do, if there's football, we have some hooligans that they get drunk and they kick them out of football pitch. So what will happen is we have to call every pub in that area to give a proper description of those hooligans and said, okay, this is what they do. We don't want them to come to your pub. So you have to get ready. If you see them, you tell them, sorry, it's closed. So things like this is all about communication. If the neighboring countries, they notice anything fishy passing through their state, they can call Nigeria, or Chad can call Nigeria, or Cameroon can call Nigeria to say, you know what, there are suspicious movement towards your own territory. It's like you're alarming them, you're alerting them that get ready, something a bit kind of not right is coming towards your direction. So get ready, and it's up to you now to mobilize whoever you want to mobilize and put them in place.
We're talking about country to country. We're talking about within Nigeria. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what.
Yeah. But like I said, one engineer, that would work if the other states they are being. If they have what it takes to really do that searching and that just to verify really these people that are coming down south. If truly what they are saying, the business they are coming to do in South. What I'm saying is, don't get it wrong. I'm not saying everybody should be profiled. Whatever law that is put in place, I'm just giving an example of this ranching.
Because are you anti-Fulani somewhat?
Hold on, one man. I'm not anti-Fulani. All I'm proposing is this: the problem why we're having this banditry in the South, in our forests, is because people masquerading as earthmen. They might have 5, 7, 10 cows or 50 cows roaming down our forest. thinking that, okay, they're just looking for where to feed their cows, and they are using that as a disguise. But now, if they are put in one branch, and they are under the taxing system of the state and of the federal government, you can put a tax on what they are doing. You know how many workers they have employed there. You can profile them in that way. If anything goes wrong within that area, they can be profiled. Because this is we're talking about policing. The policing here is about profiling too. Let's not get that mistaken. When you are in police, you have to profile people, especially when it's a crime that was perpetrated. So the reason why that country is just in the mess, is the chaos that it is that we do not have data that will help us to profile people. If you get it, let me say something to you, one man. If you're into policing, you understand what I'm trying to say. There's profiling in policing. That's how you can get a crime resolved. Because if you don't profile somebody or whoever is your subject in a case or in a crime case, there's no way you can get to the bottom of that case. So keeping database or keeping data of people who are in the forest, numbers of them, how many of them are being employed on that ranch, where are they from, and those kind of things will help you to be able to resolve criminal cases within that area or whatever is being done. So you see, the reason why we're having this is because Nigerians, the government are not doing what it's.
Can we change the topic? It's getting boring somehow. Can we move on?
No, it's not boring.
It's not boring. It's educative.
All right. Thomas is getting bored, so let's move on. So let's move on.
Rational mind, you see, 1 minute, 1 mind before we move on. These people, they know what to do, but they will not do it. Because they have a game plan. So profiling we are talking about is a tool. It is a legal tool, you know, to enforce law, which is legitimate. But they will not do all that.
Profiling is not legal.
Is illegal. Is that what you're saying?
But police do it. In your country, they do it to resolve crime. Don't they do it?
They do it here where I am here in Europe.
But what is one man talking about?
The police profile you. What
The
you mean is
legality can
illegal?
be challenged in some ways. I understand, but if it's not done with the purpose of
In totality, it's not illegal. No.
No, it can be legal in some ways. Maybe in some ways, like okay. Do you know that do you know that INEC captures your facial? They use facial recognition system. I mean, it uses facial recognition now to recognize you as the owner of that PVC. Do you know that? Why did you say that it was a profiling? In some countries, they said no, they kick against it.
Exactly.
Now they can capture you, one man, your face. And if you do anything, if they want to use that database, they can use it. They want to use that data to track down anybody that does any crime. They can use that. That is if they are all connected together in that country. INEC has that. They have that capability to capture your face, to make sure that you are the same person in that photo who wants to vote.
Yeah, that's the new technology they are brought in.
Maybe in UK they don't profile people in UK.
They don't profile people anywhere in the world. They do. The law.
They do here in Ireland.
Go to Israel. Go to Israel. They will profile you before you enter their country. Go to Israel. Just enter. You want to go through there. If they have reasons to suspect, not just even reason. Virtually everybody can go to Israel.
Even Australia, where Thomas is living, they profile every black man that wants to enter there.
Big time. That one is a police country now.
Yeah.
Yes,
so what are you talking about, one man?
Yes,
How can we profile those people that have constituted insecurity to our well-being? Why can't we profile them? It's not even a matter of profiling. It's a way of putting security in place. You can put scanner along the highway. You can have a toll gate somewhere around there, and all the truck will go on one side, and they will pass through scanner. Anyone that is having arms or dangerous weapons, scanner we beep, and then police will check and know what they carry. It happens here. They have some area where they have scanner that we go through scanner, and if you are carrying some kind of drug or anything, the scanner we indicate to the station officers, and they will pick you up from there. It just puts in place security network that will guarantee safety for your people. You can't just run a country, everything is loose like that. In the bush, you can't go to the bush, you're all over the bush, and you say we shouldn't set bush rangers, or what do you call them? forest rangers to go and flush them out.
Electricity.
Eh?
Electricity.
Of course, that too. That is the problem. You see, that was what I was saying on one of my yesterday when I was giving my parting remarks. You see, you want to solve security, a lot is involved. It's not just harming people, giving them guns.
Yeah.
It's a lot is involved. You're talking about putting drone in the sky. This drone, are they not going to be charged? Imagine somebody in the forest, they cannot even charge this drone. It's a lot has to be put in place. It's not just giving people. You're giving me gun. You're giving other people guns. How can you know how many people you've given guns to? Who has a registered gun? And when you go to the department where you're supposed to get the licensing, they say there's no light, and then they license you like that because they just feel like, okay, you are my party, but you give them money from the back door. A lot has to be put in place. They're just harming people. We should be talking about state police or regional police if we decide to go on a regional system. That is the only way we should go first and empower this network. Security network that each state has put in place, like Motekun, Eastern Security Network. I'm sorry, not Eastern. Talking about Ebubeagu. Give them the license to carry guns, not just guns, real sophisticated weaponry for them to be able to defeat their whatever.
And you want to be putting guns in the east. You know what happens?
Hold on. I'm talking about state approved or states.
Would that not spike up the rate of armed robbery?
One man. You're not giving it to individuals.
You were talking about profiling just now.
Hold on. You're not giving it to individuals. You're giving it to state-recognized security system.
State control.
Amotekun. They have one.
This guy. So to cure it, you want to create.
Okay, if you don't want to
outfit, yes, an outfit that the state controls. Yes.
You want to put guns. You want to put guns in the east. What are you talking about?
Listen.
Why not one man? Why not?
You are talking about profiling. Do you know the police data?
You're putting gun in the north. You put gun in the north. Why can't you put gun in the east?
Do you know the police data in Lagos? Igbo confirmed it. Yes, the armed robbery phenomenon in Lagos.
Okay, so what does that have to do with?
It's predominantly Eastern. And then you want to put more guns there, but don't do that.
No, one man, let's not go there. Let's not.
No, that's an act of irresponsibility.
Don't do that.
Starting your whining method.
No, listen to what he's saying now. Well, what kind of wine you drink?
I am here. One man, I'm here. There is no place in Nigeria that you don't have armed robbers. There's no place in Nigeria that you don't have armed robbers.
Imagine.
So when you select
loyal east, you just single them out. Now, wow.
I'm telling you.
No, I'm only going by the police data. I'm only going by the police data in Lagos. But like you said, let's not go there. Eh?
Oh man. So what I'm trying to say is this: you see, each state has enacted law. The law, okay, we are putting up a security system, which in a sense is their own kind of police. But since the federal government does not recognize state police, that is the problem. Why they won't give them real sophisticated weapon that every police should have in their armory to be able to tackle whatever crime.
You know the excuse, rational mind. You know the excuse they give. You know the excuse they give.
They said they will abuse it. That woman is saying too. Yeah.
They said the state governors will abuse it. Put a system in place that will control these things. Tempo.
All right.
So that foreigners will not migrate and come into your space and begin to wreak havoc.
That is the more reason I say let us go our separate ways. This is not going to work. It won't work.
All right. Talking about guns in their armories, have a look at your screen. See what the guns they are. Can you see that?
One man character.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see. I can see.
The policeman has gone to the welder with his AK-47. This is it. This is how Nigerian police are fighting crime. Can you see it on your screen? He has taken his AK-47 to a welder. Look at that.
Now wow. We don't tell you engineer before say the thing where they happen. The thing that do you know that guy said they were 9 in numbers that were kidnapped. They released 5 of them and only took 4 of them away. So those 5 that were released, He said they were not far from military checkpoint, and those one went to those military, said and those military men didn't do anything.
They told them to get lost. Yes.
They told them they didn't get anything. They didn't call. They didn't make any effort to help them. So that country we are in a big security problem. We are going through a big security problem, and you know what this administration has done to that country must not forgive these people. This APC, nobody from APC that country should vote for, except we are damn stupid and dumb people. They have wrecked, they have devalued us as people. We don't have no more value as human beings. That is what they have done to us in that country. APC. Pantami is the manager of communication in that country. And this man was saying that these people were communicating and they are getting order. And how did they have caught some of these Fulani before, when people, they have caught them with this that is not Nigerian, no, it's a Chadian. They call it with MIM card, Nigerian MIM card. This newly registered registration, identification registration they're doing, they caught one with a bike. His saddle is gone. His AK-47 in a wood. He has carved the wood in such a way that he put that gun inside that wood and he clipped it together as if it's just ordinary wood under the seat of his bike, and he was riding. And they caught him with MIM form, identification card, and it's a Chadian. What type of country are we? And you are saying people should not be suspicious of what this administration is doing against that country?
Let me just say this to you. Do you know what happened in Ghana? A Nigerian went, Vin can attest to that. There was a guy in Ghana, a Nigerian, who went to collect Ghanaian ID card. You know what they did to him? Vin, do you want to talk to that? You want to tell us about it?
No, you tell us. Yeah. Okay, go on.
Yeah. You see, it was in a place they call Ofinso in Ashanti region, and he didn't do it alone. He did it in collaboration with a woman who is a Ghanaian, an Ashanti lady. And maybe that woman must have collected money, and in the process of getting that national ID card, he was interrogated and arrested. He has been jailed. I think he has been jailed 6 months, and or I think they did not give him 200 penalty points. They gave him 6 months. I don't think whether they gave him 200 penalty points to pay as well, because two of them can go at the same time, or one will go and they leave you with the other one. You see, so that is what is going on. He was apprehended and tried and jailed. Even the lady is also being jailed. That is what we do here.
That is a system that works, whereby they can quickly fish out if you are not a real citizen of their country. If you can obtain something illegal, you see, it's a time bomb. That knot is a time bomb.
Rational mind. Do you know that they almost do the same? Do you know that they almost do the same thing to me at the airport? If not for the fact that I had my father's death certificate, everything. They were interrogating me based on my accent, and I don't speak my father's language because I did not grow there, and I speak Hausa. And when I spoke the Hausa to them, that is one of the languages recognized in Ghana here. They told me that engineer, you understand what I say when I say I will do it. They say, one Hausan Kanune. He said this Hausa is not Ghana Hausa, is the Hausa in Kanu. So when my people begin to come out and begin to push out my father's death certificate, the documentations and everything, that was the time they let me go. If not, I would be languishing in jail today.
So that's a system that works. You see, when a Nigerian and a Chadian, a Burkinabe, and people from the northern part of Benin Republic can be claiming to be Nigerian, what are we talking about? And they will go like that, and they will obtain it. They will go to north there, either in Kano or Katsina, one local area in the north there, and they will claim to be Hausa, and they will give them. They will not even do any proper profiling, trying to find out if truly they are born and what village, because they speak, they look like Fulani or look like one northern, and they just give them. I mean, what are we talking about? And we're calling it one country, and we're calling the people are patriotic from the north. When I was asking that
Nigeria,
question,
Nigeria is not one. Nigeria is not one.
It's not. We all know the game they're playing. They want to sweat that population there, and in the attempt of trying to sweat that population, they are bringing in
Rational man. Sorry. You see, there is this notion from that quarters. The one man, I had one particular man, a notable man, a politician from that quarters, that was, lecturing people, their own people over there, indoctrinating them, telling them about what the United Nations called the law of the ocean. I do not know. I have gone through that United Nations document. I have never come across where they say the law of the ocean, that if you have the largest, area, that you own the sea as well.
No, that wasn't what he said. I'm aware of that narrative, and that is not quite the narrative.
Okay.
But that's what they teach their people. But that's what they teach their people. That's what the Fulani
I don't know. I know the narrative that Vin is talking about, but how he expressed it is not how they are presenting it. There was a time that the Northerners were claiming that the oil in the Niger Delta actually belongs to them. Especially the ones that are offshore, because
I know that one.
You know which one?
Go on.
The one you are talking about. That is the Bala. That is the Bala, the black man, the former governor that said that the oil the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Adamawa State. I know Adamawa. This one I'm telling you is the one the man said it at age. It's an old man that there is something they call the law of the ocean. United Nations law of the ocean.
It's the same narrative.
Okay,
go on, one man. Let us hear.
So the narrative is that your geographical mass as a country, the length of it also determines how much your territory goes into the sea. So it's the totality of your mass as a country, the size of it, that then determines how much nautical miles you go into the sea as part of your territory. And what the argument was saying is that the mass of the north gives Nigeria that mass that lets it extend into the sea to cover all of the areas that the oil is. So it is by virtue of the mass of the geographical north that extends Nigeria into the sea towards to cover all of the regions that the offshore oil is. So that was the narrative that they are presenting to say that if we go by that argument, and that's where the United Nations or international law comes in, because it is international law that you claim up to X amount in terms of sea space based on your geographical mass. So that was their argument to say that by that logic, they should actually own the offshore oils. So that's that argument.
That's a nonsensical argument now. That's an argument of sea.
It doesn't hold water.
It doesn't hold water at all.
It's an argument of those people that want to take what does not belong to them.
Exactly.
What if we are landlocked country and we have oil?
Yeah, it's a different narrative. The narrative is to the offshore.
What is the sea got to do with what I have on my own?
They're talking about you know a lot of Nigerian oil is offshore.
Okay, it doesn't. I mean, what argument is that? That argument doesn't make sense now.
It does.
How does it make sense?
Because as I explained,
I have heard you. Yeah. I have heard you, but it's not found on their own on their own territory was found in Bayelsa State, how can you claim that?
No, if it's offshore, then that argument subsists.
Ajale Koko is because Aboki wants to get oil by all means. They want a state that have many states that have
like
oil, so they withdraw it either way.
But
you
one
know,
man
they are
is,
fishing. They are still fishing.
But one man, is it part of the? Is it part of what the United Nations said, or they just?
Well, I couldn't. Don't quote me on it, but I think so just hold on, Jiro. I think Otahama also seems to know a bit more. He says, one man, territorial waters is not more than 200 or 25 nautical miles. This is standard universal law. So there is some sort of law that covers that area, but I can't give you the specificity of it. But certainly it has to do with your land mass to then extend into the sea by some sort of calculations that is globally, agreed.
This is crazy. This is interesting.
I think they are just experimenting, you know.
They are not experimenting. There is an existing law. Is that
Who is closer to that sea? Who is closer to the sea?
Okay. I want you to listen. Ajale Koko, don't say anything. Just listen. Let's say, for instance, my land space is 5. There's a mass that is 10 feet. Within that mass, my land space, my bit of it is 2 feet. But then there's another 8 feet that makes then that's 10 feet. So what I can claim to the sea is 10 feet also. So if I go by, but the sea is nearest to my 2 feet. So if I go by my 2 feet as just the totality of everything, I can only claim to the sea for 2 feet. But if I go with the totality of the 10 feet that is available to me, then I can claim to the sea to 10 feet. So if I can claim to the sea to 10 feet and something is found 6 feet or 4 feet into the sea, so do I have exclusive, but because the sea is closest to my 2 feet, do I have exclusive right to what is found 4 feet into the sea because I'm closer to the sea? But what gives it my territory, what makes it my territory is the bigger 8 feet that makes my 10 feet. Do you see? So that's the reasoning.
But one man, this same guy you're talking about now is still challenging what you've just said. He said, listen to this last comment. He said, no country has more than 250 nautical miles as territorial waters, law of sea. This person you forced.
So that's the standard right there.
I'm not going by his understanding. But hold on. Just don't worry, Ejiro. Let's have the conversation. I'm not going by this guy's standard, whatever he's saying, but I'm not also going by the Fulani something. But just hold on, Ejiro, please. I'm not going by what this guy is saying, but I'm not going by the Fulani standard. But I'm saying that there exists that space of argument, which is one thing that they are presenting. So we cannot say it doesn't exist when we know it does.
Well, we have to get the fact right before we even say anything about it. But as far as I'm concerned, I think those places across the shoreline should be able to lay claim to the sea. Because
even by the example that I just gave.
The sea, if not for the reason that we are merged together as a useless country, if everybody is on its own, would they be able to lay claim to that sea?
No is the answer to what you're saying. Because if we did not have that mass, that Bayelsa man could not lay claim to that sea. That would be international waters. That would be international waters. What makes it Nigerian waters is the mass that is the north.
Well,
I don't quite buy that.
That is why.
But that is what the rules are.
That is why we have to get the fact right. We have to know the rule You are following the rule of that Hausa Fulani man.
No, I'm not following the. It's just. Don't worry about all. Let's stand it outside of this. Just peculiar.
If the rule is like that,
whatever. Let's not do ethnic. You know.
If the rule is as you stated it, yes, they will have some share.
Yeah, but that's the argument they are presenting. That's why they are saying they actually own the oil.
Yes, you're right. If that is the international rule, yeah, their position is. I mean, that will position them to lay claim to the oil as well. I mean, so, but.
We're in trouble.
But we
one man, there's something I want to say here. Is it that they only just woke up to realize this now, that this is what is happening, or they've known it all this while?
No,
because
that is something that they've
been
talking about. No, it's not now. This is something that goes years back, that they've been. It's part of the satellite conversations. That is the complexity of Nigeria.
It's part of the space. It's part of the.
So why are they pulling it up so hard now? Like, you know,
they are not pulling it up hard. It was even Vin that brought it up. It wasn't.
One man, did you remember when you read that kidnapping? The Fulani guys said their father told them that they own Nigeria.
Yes, but that's a Danfodio argument, isn't it?
So
we've always said that.
Also, this also what you just read. I mean, what you
just
they are
wonderful.
It is.
Can we settle this argument easily? It's very easy. We don't even need to debate this. If the tables were turned, let's say the oil was in the north, would this even be a debate? If they had the oil in the north,
this argument wouldn't even come.
Exactly.
Would what be a debate? Would what be a debate?
Will a Bayelsa man lay claim to that oil?
They even welcome this argument. They won't welcome the argument.
No. If it applies, it applies.
I'm saying they won't even welcome the debate at all.
No, they welcome it or not. If it applies, it applies now.
So
by now, sir, one man by now, you will not hear of one Nigeria.
They will have left longer. They will have left the
country. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, they will have gone a long time ago now. Who would have stopped them?
So were
they not the same people? Is it not the same note that started Araba?
Yeah, but if that rule is actually true, like as one man.
But I'm not saying it categorically. I'm just saying what the argument. Because
that's the argument. That's the
argument, and that argument is.
If the argument is actually true, I want to regard it as the international conspiracy against African countries or developing countries.
Do you not know that this fight is going on in terms of globally in the Chinese waters everywhere? This is an argument, so it's not peculiar to Africa. It's a global,
but one man. It is not a particular region in China or a province that is asking for ownership of the waterways. It is the China government that is asking for the China. It is not a particular
against
province.
one other country, but it's under the same umbrella of argument.
Well, but then in Nigeria
against Philippines.
It's under the same umbrella of.
It could be, but in the context of what these guys are doing, the people from the north, northern part of Nigeria, they are claiming that whatever resources they have in that sea from that nautical miles, which they fall on, it belongs to them. That's what they are saying. So not only that they are fighting for the whole of Nigeria per se, they are fighting for their own ethnic part of their own.
I have a question.
So we are just in a mess in that country.
Yeah, you are right. They are not even talking about we have share in it. They are saying that it belongs to them.
I think they actually said that to counter all this oil something that people are always throwing at them. That if you really want to go there, let's say. But let's hear from an engineer.
One man. Tomorrow is 18th of. Is it 18th or 19th?
Today, well, tomorrow is. Today is 18th.
Let's say today.
Yeah.
So that means Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be released today, right?
Yeah, according to the rumor, you see, and then we can play the holy song.
It's just his lawyer.
Engineer, is that your question, engineer?
Because
is that your question?
Yes, so I need to ask one man because we have been discussing this for a while.
Now we have to go and ask Ejiofor, the one that bleaches his skin. All these skin bleaching lawyers that they have in the IPOB.
Radio Biafra should come on set so that he can tell us. You know?
Why are you so personal with this attacks, one man?
It's somewhat ludicrous, though, isn't it?
Do you know Joffrey in person? Do you know him in person to know the skin color he has, if he's bleaching or is it nothing?
All right.
The man is using a Diagbo now.
They call it Caro White.
The man is bleaching now. The man is bleaching now. It's very obvious.
And the oil.
So when are we releasing my brother Nnamdi? I changed my name to Mazi now.
Mazi Mperempe.
But woman.
Mazi is no name, man.
How would I know?
They are still in court. The court is still in the process. So let's see what will be the outcome of that court. I know. I think the next hearing. So that's just that. So anything you hear people say concerning his release is just mere speculation. So what will happen is, let's see what will happen that day. That's all.
Yeah, go on, Charles.
Or you think it taking back to the Igbo people, not the North, so that's false.
Sorry, repeat that.
The oil taking the oil belongs to the Igbo people. Taking, if you being politically correct.
Yeah, no, it belongs to them, but they are trying to wrestle it from them. But it belongs to them only in land, though, because all the oil wells belong. You know that the biggest oil field belongs to a guy called Idemi. Do you know who he is? He's Buhari's in-law. Do you know where he's from? Borno State. Do you know what they have in Borno State? Hyenas and snakes. They don't have anything other.
So the Zamfara gold, who does that belong to?
Zamfara, it belongs to Zamfara.
Look at my point. You see my point? When it comes to them, there's no debate of any nautical or nautical or anything. They will tell you who owns what. But when it comes to somebody else's stuff, you start debating nautical or not nautical.
Yeah, because the government that controls that area, they sold their pride.
But they said they found oil in the north now, in Bauchi or where's that?
Yeah, I think yes.
Yeah, in Bauchi, yeah, you're right. In Bauchi.
Not enough commercial.
Is it commercial quantity?
No, it's not enough to sustain them. That's why they stay part of Nigeria. Once they find enough quantity that they can leave, they will leave the country.
Well, so are you saying Bauchi is not? Are you saying they are not? Bauchi is not part of the oil producing state now? No, is that what you're saying?
It doesn't even need to be. It doesn't need to be. As long as the pipe passes through there. If the pipe that goes to
they will make new laws to make them part of
They will make Bauchi one of the producing oil states in Nigeria. That's the truth.
8 euro. It's like, you know, the year without they talk. I say, even though you don't even get oil, sir, if ordinarily say pipe just pass through there, say pipe.
Okay, I got you. They call
them front line.
You know that what country is that country?
You know that oil being discovered there. You know it they automatically come into that 13% derivative. That's
of course.
Definitely.
Regardless of how much they produce, regardless of it, they'll still get that 30%. Oh, it's just
it's a fraudulently.
It's in Nigeria they invent so many things. Like you have the seaport now. They will say where is it, Kano or Kaduna? They say what? Dry what?
No, they want to have Navy.
Funny many things they invent.
They want to have Navy headquarters in Kano. Where
that one,
I
did not. That one, I didn't get that one. How do you have military transportation like Marine University in Kano?
Exactly. Or Naval College or Naval Headquarters.
No. That should be like a those riverine areas in the south.
That's River State now. I mean, why that is the clue is already in the name, River State. So that's why the name should be.
That should be an easy.
Ganduje said he have plenty of land, hectare of land for them that they should come in, and they said they are bringing it to Kano.
So let me get this. You study in Kano, but for your practicums, you fly to Rivers for practicums.
What a waste!
You know, what's the point? You study.
Why would you have oil refinery in Kaduna but have the oil fields in Bayelsa?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It's unheard of.
Nigeria is a very
it's
dirty construct, I
a
tell you. It's a very
fraudulently
dirty construct.
structured country.
And even the
Everything
military, you have
is
your major barracks in just one state in Kaduna. Everything is just in one state.
yeah.
But woman,
Everything.
That itself is a security risk, as we are seeing from what is happening
Exactly.
now.
but
They've overrun the place. They've overrun the state, the bandits.
Mhm.
I won't be surprised that if by tomorrow we just hear that fellow Nigerians, now we are dissolving all the National Assembly and then
Rational mind. You see what he just said. I have been telling people, I've been telling us on this platform that
That came up yesterday. That came up yesterday.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen if you people, if we the people don't sack these criminal two parties that have destroyed that country. The military will come and sack them, and put us in a new direction. And put us in a new direction.
Ajale Koko, not let one man here, because one man will tell you election or nothing. Because I told you everything is on the table.
When did I say that?
That's not
no, one man, I've told you before that everything is on the table, that anything can happen. But you said there's going to be a credible election in 2023. I was saying to you, I was saying to you, the space is open. No, one man. I said it in this. You attacked me that day. I said this thing is open. Everything is on the table. Even up to coup will happen if care is not taken. You said no. Okay.
No. I did not. I know pretty much everything I say. I said it was. We're talking about things that are possible and things that are probable. What will probably happen, almost certainly happen, is the election. But everything that is possible, because it can happen. So anything that can happen, it's always a possibility.
One man, that day we were discussing, I say if you are saying the good things, also talk about the bad ones. Because Nigeria is two-faced. That's why I said to you.
Woman, you gotta get from Niger Delta. Why Niger Delta so poor?
Are you hiding under the duvet, Charles? What's going on?
I'm saying, why is the Niger Delta so poor?
Charles, talk louder.
It says, why is the Niger Delta so poor?
Yes, the Niger Delta is not poor, Charles.
Yes, Biafra is without the oil they have.
They are not poor. They just don't know how to manage resources. You know what they're like.
I think one man is the whole of Nigeria. The whole of Nigeria don't know how to manage. Not just only don't streamline it to Niger Delta alone. No.
He was talking about
one man. Have you heard about what the shade that Tinubu threw at Buhari?
We covered it in the afternoon.
Oh, you covered it. Okay.
Yeah. Right. You mean when he said that you are calling them lazy? How can you call them lazy youths with epileptic electricity and no? I wanted to bring it again, but I thought I didn't want.
Are you not seeing that this guy is determined to cross carpet?
No, it's not necessarily, maybe, but it's like all bets are off. He's reading the tea leaves and he's seeing that they want to skim him out. So it's not just throwing everything at it. You know, yeah.
If APC does not create a level playing field for free and fair primary, that party will break apart, because this is a party that just formed. They hurriedly form it, hurriedly jump into governing that state. They're messing up that state, and going forward to 2023, if they don't have a free and fair primary, presidential primary, that country, that party will implode, and that'll be the end.
Adale Koko, I have a fight with you. I have a fight to pick with you.
What fight?
Yes. Every time you sack these two parties, what alternative do we have? What is the third force? What is the alternative?
And that's not a fight now. That's a question. Yeah, go on.
Adale Koko, you keep on saying this. Today, I think I have to pick fight with you. What is the option? What is the other option?
You only open that Sowore space again.
Can I answer that question?
I don't even to mention Sowore.
Can I answer that question, Adale Koko, before you?
Yeah, rational mind. Yeah, answer him.
Okay. If you look at Ogun State, Osun State election, AAC is on there. You'll see YPP there. You see ADC there. There are almost like 18 or 19 political parties that are there. Are they not options besides the normal ones we've known, the two big heavyweights, PDP and APC? So it's left for people to decide who they want. They still want the 8 years of another 4 years of the criminals that has brought that country to where it is today, or they want to opt for other parties.
But rational mind, why are people not aligning with them? If they are vibrant, if they have the change, why are people not aligning with them?
Our people are not politically educated to make that kind of decisions. They only go by what is mainstream. What is?
I don't think you can say. I don't think you can say that.
No, I can say that, one man.
No, well,
what I mean they are not politically enlightened, politically aware, or should I say, or maybe I should not say that like you said too, but maybe I will say that too, but I'm saying that I won't want to say that much. But what I'm just trying to say is this: that if one is educated politically, you know you're right. You know that, I mean, somebody just said here, or maybe it was a show or somebody repeated.
You know that those parties you've listed, they are not in the United States, they are not in the United Kingdom, they're in Nigeria. And they know what the electorates are. So it is the parties that would tailor to the electorate. It is not the electorates that would tailor to the party. So if you are saying they are not educated or whatever, you're essentially saying that those satellite parties are not doing what they should to capture those people.
Thank you very much. Now, let me give an example. In all of this thing that Sowore has been, let me just give you an example of Sowore. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying all of this what Sowore has been doing.
Yeah.
How many of those mainstream media platform in Nigeria has ever carried any of his town hall meeting that he has been having? How many?
Well, the card is sufficient enough. He was on Arise just the other day. It's all over the media. It's all over the media. When is it ever of the media?
Hold on now. Only Arise once. But talk of what's it called? Any of the PDP aspirants. Talk of any of the APC aspirants. You are being bombarded every day. Only Arise once, and that is once. How many times have you seen? So the same thing goes with the candidates of other parties. They don't give them that media attention like they give to PDP and
no, you can't say that. They do sufficient to the strength of it, and they are constitutionally obliged to as well.
But how many have you seen? Who are the ones dominating the space?
I've seen plenty. Who else will be dominating the space other than the bigger parties?
Of course, I get you. I get that point.
Even in the country where you are and in every other country in between.
I get that point. So the point I'm making is this: that people will not be able to make decisions because they don't know much about other parties because they don't hear of them talking on. Maybe they don't give them the airtime like they give to other. Look, we're talking about show right now only once, and then you talk of Tinubu. How many times is Tinubu this week? He's being bombarded. We're being bombarded about Tinubu and Amechi and what's his name, the vice president, and then we have PDP, Atiku Saraki, all of them. You see. So when people always listen to this this same two parties,
you hear more from Sowore than you need here.
Justify the need.
It's a satellite.
Yeah, justify the need to cover Sowore
than the mainstream media. That is what is people can.
Did you hear the question? Yeah, listen to the question so you address it. Yeah,
justify the need to cover those small parties with no national spread. There's no justification to cover them in the media, so don't blame the media for not covering.
You are wrong.
Hold on, that was to Rational Mind. Let Rational Mind take that on. Rational Mind.
When you say there's no justification, I want to answer like one man. I'll ask question with question. I don't know if you like that, but when you say justification, what do you mean by justification? If I can answer your question.
Yeah, if you're in the media, you look at ratings and numbers. So if you put anybody on TV, you will keep them watching without changing the channel. So if you put a no-name party nobody's ever heard of, that doesn't move the needle on your TV for hours, people are gonna tune you out. So you go with people that have names that has been there for a long time. These parties should start local. Start from your local area first. Build that name first before they can cover you at the national level. Without having that reputation, those channels cannot cover you. AIT cannot cover you because it's a business at the end of the day. They need people to watch.
Let me answer your question.
Sorry, let me just add on to what Babati said, and then you can counter back. Also, just by the sheer size of the party, they get more coverage. They have deeper roots within the political space.
Right.
They have a wider base. So when you hear people talk, them talking about PDP or APC on channels, television, or right anywhere else, it's not Bola Tinubu they are talking to, or Buhari or Atiku. They can be talking to a party candidate, a party functionary, a senator, somebody after one post or the other. But with a lot of these satellite parties, it's just it's a single story narrative now. Sowore, essentially, you say he has a team, but not really. It's a single story narrative. Mogalu, a single story narrative. Durotoyes, they're all single story narratives. So how much of that can they continue to churn? It's a widespread.
You made a comment. You didn't make you didn't ask a question. I don't think you asked.
No. I was adding on to what Babati was saying, then to come back to you. So carry on.
Babati, you're right. I agree with you that you might like you said, they might not have the spread like these other two major parties does. But then you gave an example of let them start from local government or whatever. I put it to you. You remember Banky W and one other guy? They were the only two candidates for, is it the Green Party or whatever party they call themselves back then?
Mm-hmm.
Did they win? None of them won among them. They started from their community. They started, from legislature. They wanted to fight for within their state.
Mm-hmm.
But what did they end up?
Yeah, but let me reply.
Hold on. The Green Party now is not. I don't think they're even part of the election this time around. So what are we talking about?
Let me reply you.
They should start from the grassroots. They should start from.
the
APC themselves and the PDP. Did they start from? when APC was made, did they start from the grassroots?
But they had but they had more resources.
Under the constitutional democracy, the press have responsibility to look for the news and to promote candidates from each party that are existing in that country. They should not limit their promotion or the coverage on only two big.
Are you being? But they are not. Are they? They are not. Hold on, Babati. They are not, though, are they?
They are not giving enough coverage to others as they give.
They are giving sufficient to their size.
No. What do you mean by size? What do you mean by size?
Sowore is being overcovered.
It's overcovered. Thank you.
Who cover? What do you mean by? What do you mean by overcovered? Overcovered in what sense?
Who covered him?
For one, who covered it for once?
As we were making that argument, I was
just only arrives news for once.
If
and you are claiming that, and you're saying that is overcovered.
I'm being serious with you. There's nowhere in the world where you don't have any single person in office, you don't have a national spread, and you get that much coverage. This is a business. Ratings
what
business.
Are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is national? Somebody, people that are contesting. You live in United States.
Don't worry about all that.
No. Let me point it out to you. Don't say don't worry about that. Let me point it out to you. He live in United States. He know or maybe he live in Canada. I think he live in Canada. He live in United. Everybody that is conducting, that is vying for the highest office of the land, the media give them coverage. They don't
to what level? To what level?
They give them equal coverage. All of them, all the parties.
That's a lie.
All the parties. You don't monitor.
Don't worry about that. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You don't live here. You don't know how things work here.
It doesn't matter. That is not.
You don't know how things work here. What do you mean by it doesn't matter? Then you, Nigeria, want to say you copy United States, but you want to copy it wrong way.
What you said, though, what you said.
United States is different from Britain, man.
What you said is not true, though.
Let me reply.
You don't follow the space. We are telling you the way it works there.
No, that is not how it works there. That is not what it works there. They don't cover. Hold on, Babati. They don't cover in equal measure the satellite parties as they do the Democrats and the Republicans in America. That is not true.
Let me reply.
They don't really.
Of course, they don't. I mean, what are we talking about?
Why it look here? Why it look here? Rational mind. Why it look here that they give too much coverage to Democratic Party and Republican is because they organize debate among themselves within the party. That is what gives that big coverage for them. But other candidates of Green Party and what is this other one from the Libertarian? They still cover them too.
Yeah, but the cover
those ones don't have a larger debate. Those ones don't have a larger debate by other two parties.
Level. They don't hold on. They don't cover. Let's just be clear on that. They don't cover whichever satellite parties in the United States to the same level or anywhere near the same level as they do the Democrats and the Republicans.
Yeah,
that is a fact. Wherever, of course. I mean, what are we talking about?
I have told you why it looks like they don't cover because they don't have more candidates.
It looks like
the other party organizes debate that covers several months, and that is what gives them, and that is what gives them that this thing. The Libertarian Party and the Green Party is just one candidate, and the National Party, the National PVC carry their news too.
As Babati said, Sowore is actually overcovered.
That is why when you say they are overcovered, that is why you don't promote fresh idea. You don't promote new idea. You don't want to continue to promote. You want to continue to promote. Keep on promoting failure. Keep on promoting failure in your country. Keep on promoting failure. You don't want to promote fresh idea and new idea.
No, thank you. Let Rational Mind come in. Yeah, go on, Rational Mind.
So when Sowore had this restriction lifted, do you know that there's no one single? I've been scanning through all the media houses in Nigeria. Not one carried it that he has been free. That they had a court ruling that says that he's free to leave the shores of Abuja to anywhere in Nigeria. Do you know that there's no one single? But when he's in jail, he's been haunted he's been slapped, you see the media, they all be questioning him and be grilling him like something else. But you never see them do the same to other candidates. I mean, have they called Wike and sit him down?
Do you know why?
I mean, the point is this. You see, I understand one man, and I agree with you.
Do you know why?
Don't have Babati, I would like to speak.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
They don't give them equal coverage, and by virtue of what Adelekoko said, this party are bigger parties. They have a lot going on. I mean, Sowore is the only one, maybe possibly from his own AAC, who is making noise from his own party. Why PDP and APC, they have numerous candidates that are vying for that position. So in that sense, they might be giving more coverage than Sowore. But what I'm saying is that Sowore is not even getting that attention that he needs to be getting. Agreed.
No, it's a single story. Why should they get the coverage? Is the thing. Why?
Because he's a candidate in the election. You need to inform the public.
How many candidates are there in the elections?
There are so
many parties? How many parties?
If anyone is doing something that really deserves attention of the people, let them give him that attention. Like, for example, I just give an example now that he was released. Everybody knows that he was under incarceration. Just imagine somebody now seeing he pop up in a
Rational Mind, please. Cancel this. Can you mention two persons
let me make this point.
that is vying for office in AAC?
Imagine he pop up. Hold on now. Imagine he pop up in River State. Somebody start calling DSS. Oh, this guy has run from Abuja, and it's not even aware that they've already released it. So what are we saying? It is their duty.
Okay. Okay.
They did not even one reported it. Not even arise.
Okay, let me ask you this. Just answer very briefly. How much coverage is the flag bearer for the Accord party getting?
Is he speaking to the space? Is he going around? Is it
the Action Alliance?
Action Alliance.
Yes.
These people you're mentioning, there's one single answer I will give to them. I'll give to any question you're asking me. If they are doing something that deserves attention,
they are vying for the presidency.
No, I mean, are they really going out to town? Like Morgalu said, we are doing our own thing secretly. I mean, I was like, What's this guy talking about?
All right.
I'm giving you. I want to answer your question.
Allied People's Movement.
Can I reply now?
Action People's Party, Book Party, Labour Party, National Rescue Party.
Yeah, let me reply.
These guys are doing
what about SDP? How much coverage are they getting?
One man. I've given you the answer to that question. One answer to that question is if they are doing something that deserves attention, like
Sowore. So running for presidency does not deserve attention. Sowore is getting too much coverage.
If they're in their living room, sitting down and expecting somebody to know them, how is that going to be possible?
Let me reply you now. Can I reply you now?
Around having town hall meetings with people, and that is how it should be done. Not like the one we have with your boy in Onikon Stadium, wherever stadium, and it was mentioned he had crowds, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. It's a good thing, and people can give him that attention. In fact, in some media houses, he had the whole full media coverage.
I'm not sure how much more coverage Sowore can get, or he's never on the news.
Even though it's just a snippet of 1 minute or 2 minutes, that's okay.
Guys, wait. He gets more than a snippet. He gets a full blown sit-down interviews on national platforms.
1 minute,
how many of
is not much.
Do you know how many parties that there are in Nigeria? He is just a single one man band.
Interesting. Hold on, one man. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Yeah. If they're doing something that deserves that attention, why not give them?
Why for the presidency does not deserve attention?
Hold on. If they go to a village and they have this crowd of people surrounding them, and then they are able to give speeches, whatever. But I understand sometimes in the Nigerian media how it works. Even here in America, you have to buy airtime. You need to buy airtime from them. You need to pay them.
Not really. You don't need to buy airtime.
Some of them,
Trump did not. Let me make the point I was trying to make earlier.
Go on. Trump did not what?
The media.
Trump
did not buy a single media. Let me explain what it did. The media is, when it comes to politics, is momentum driven. You got to remember, Trump was polling at 2% when he first jumped the race. They do that weekly poll now. Then he went to 7%, then to 10%. Once the media saw the momentum he was gathering, then the coverage started coming. He got free press. If you look at the numbers, Trump got over $600 million of free press without paying a dime because of the momentum he had. He didn't pay. Go look at the number. He did not pay for any media coverage. Everything he got from the media. Wait. Everything he got. No. Look at this number.
I don't want us to get so heavily into American politics.
But this is my point. I'm saying that.
Let us discuss American politics. America rules the world.
We're a Nigerian platform.
Yeah, America rules the world.
That's fair enough. But we're a Nigerian platform.
Guys, allow Babati to land his point.
Wait, I live in Boston, right? Boston has had the Green Party for over 100 years. But nobody just goes to Green Party and says, oh, because you've been around for long or you have these people, we must give you equal coverage. There's no momentum, you won't get coverage. This is not a fairness number. It's a ratings numbers. The media is about ratings.
Babati, I get you. But
that's my point.
Hold on. If you,
it's not fair.
You said you're a champion. You said you're a champion.
Yeah, I'm a champion.
Hold on. They've sent me several messages. The Republican RNC,
right.
They sent me several emails that they need to do put up adverts in some states,
right?
Trying to challenge Biden then during the election,
right?
And they had to pay these adverts. Even in Florida and some other key swing states,
right?
Trump was just bombarding that place with adverts.
Right.
So what are you telling me that? Because of course, like you said, he has some rating. He has some rating.
Let me explain
what media airtime.
Wait.
What are you talking about?
Let me clarify my point. You remember I said momentum. I said when Trump was running in the Republican movement, you remember he didn't get any coverage. They didn't want to cover him in the media.
Okay.
Yeah, I was discussing his initial rise. You are discussing generals right now. I was discussing the momentum part of your argument. For you to get that coverage, you need momentum. But for him, because it was so controversial, and because he was giving them ratings on TV, that's the reason they were covering him for free when he first started off. So I'm saying that in the case of the Nigerian setting, you need to create momentum to get the coverage.
But we don't have anything like that. We don't have anything like
but the onus is on the candidate to make that happen.
They don't have anything like that in place in Nigeria.
No. You can't blame the media for going to what people will watch. If I bring when was the last time you were in Nigeria?
And by the way, I'm not sure that Sowore has ever said anything.
Let me give you a clear example. In Abeokuta, South local government, the first local government chairman that won in 1999 was a Baba. He didn't speak an ounce of English. People made fun of him, but the guy had momentum. And guess what? It got all the media coverage in that town because it was interesting. People wanted to hear from what he was. Ogbebo, Alukoni is a garage boy. Is a Baba. But the way he was talking, the media would just like, we must hear from this guy. If you don't have that in the Nigerian environment, they won't cover you. That's my point. Let's be realistic.
Yeah, but Sowore has that though. He has accountability.
I'm saying that. So where is the other 18 people running? If you're going with the fairness mentality, they're not covering them because guess what? If I put James KUKAH from Taraba State running for president on TV, let's say I'm running within 5 minutes, people will just check who is this guy? They will lose money. So it's about ratings. Find a way to create momentum first. You will get the attention you need. That's how it works.
Babati. Now you talk about ratings and all of that, all these things that we all experience in the developed countries. Right. Now in Nigeria, is it a normal thing that we just have the party just do their whatever their shenanigans and then they just put up one person as a candidate up? Are they not supposed to go? I mean, are the media not supposed to insist that each political parties want you to line up all your candidates and let us grill them?
But
during before the primaries,
let me reply.
What I'm trying to tell you is this:
it's not required by law.
Hold on. The media.
What does their political correspondent stand for? If they cannot carry, what do they stand for?
They have a body.
Why do they have political correspondents when they cannot cover all the presidential candidates?
These journalists, they have their own body. They could all come together and say, insist that we want to grill all your candidates for each party, and let us have this. Each party will be having their own kind of.
How do they insist? How do
they
insist?
They can. If they come,
how do they
tell you that they are not one unified body?
No, they can't insist. They can't insist on any. No. What you are saying is false, though. They can't insist on anything.
Who owns the media? No.
They can.
Who owns the media?
How would they enforce that insistence?
Good. They have Nigerian Union of Journalists, right?
Yes.
If this body is one single body, they're not divided. They don't have political people among them. They should insist that every.
No. That wasn't my question. How do they enforce that insistence?
This is how they do it: by giving coverage to the smaller parties, asking them to bring their candidates, to shame them. That they will force them to the table.
The large media houses would. What are you talking about?
Listen. You see, anytime we propose something here,
the media.
It doesn't rhyme. What they're saying, hold on, Ajaneko. What you're saying doesn't rhyme, is what I'm saying.
It does not rhyme. What I'm saying to you is this, one man, that if they ask APC, bring your candidate, they say, no, we don't have the time for that. You PDP bring, which I'm sure PDP probably will not do that because they need to get into limelight. So really, and if they say no, then go to the smaller parties.
Okay. So
bring them to the table. When getting momentum.
Hold on.
What are we talking about?
Hold on. Rational mind. If Reuben Abati was interviewing the presidential candidate of Abundant Nigeria Renewal Party, how many eyeballs do you think would stay focused on that interview?
Thank you very much. You asked a very good question. This is not just Reuben Abati, I'm saying.
No, we're just using that as an example. Don't go large. Just go.
Hold on.
Okay, if you don't get the premise, then you don't get the premise.
What's the premise? Make me understand.
No. Answer the question, and then the question will answer.
You're leading me with something. You're leading me.
All right. Let me put it to Babati then. Babati, if Reuben Abati was interviewing the presidential candidate of Abundant Nigerian Renewal Party, how many eyeballs will watch that?
Good question. the media, they look at quarterly numbers per
No, don't go large now.
Let me
just abandon it.
I know what is going on.
Don't set the premise just because I want
to
land it.
They will lose.
I said NUJ. I didn't say Yoruba, but get it right.
No, forget NUJ. No, I just wanted. Okay, let me do the question and answer myself because you want to.
They will lose. They will lose viewers because that person is unknown. There's no momentum likely.
All right, let me do the question and
answer myself. Can I answer the question?
Okay, don't answer it, Ajande Koko. Let me just answer it because I wanted to package a presentation. If Ruben Abati was interviewing the presidential candidate of XYZ party, okay, let me actually, because I have a list of the parties on my screen, and this is the foremost one, the first one on the list, Abundant Nigeria Renewal Party. If he was interviewing that person, maybe one man and his dog will watch that. But if Ruben Abati was interviewing Atiku Abubakar, half the country will watch it. If he was interviewing Tinubu, half the country will watch it. If he was interviewing Yemi Osinbajo, half the country will watch it. Correct. But if he was interviewing Advanced Allied Party, Advanced Congress of Democracy, nobody will watch it.
Do you know why
that is so they don't have the leverage to insist that the parties do anything.
It's not that
who is interviewing them? That question you're asking.
Only forget who is interviewing. I'm just using. Forget it. You never seem to
you're only trying to box me with a question.
Wait, no, it's not. It's not. No, wait. Like
rational mind.
No, wait. Really? Let me give you a clear example. Let's say in Ibadan, this guy is only for office now. Let's say somebody wants to run for governor in Oyo State, for instance. The guy already has momentum, right? So when it comes on TV and he speaks, guess what? People want to listen to what he has to say. My point is, if you're a smaller party or a smaller candidate, you have to build some interest in you first before you come on national TV to speak. That's the way people can listen to you. That's where you can get the media to follow you. With no interest, with no moment, they won't do you a favor. It's a business, for God's sake.
Ababati, what I was really addressing was what Rational Mind said, that the media should insist that the parties present their candidate, and I was trying to express to him that the media don't have the leverage to insist on anything.
They don't,
and that was the example I was citing.
They don't have the leverage. What do you mean?
They don't. From what I've just described, not even who owns it, but the politics commands the space.
You know how powerful the media is.
All right, I don't think
you don't understand.
We don't get it.
No, we don't know. I don't know about. Explain to me how powerful media.
You're always giving me this. You're always giving me this. This way you talk, making me look like maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, because they're always somewhat highfalutin.
I'm in the media as well. I'm into many things.
Are you really?
Oh my God!
I am. Maybe I'm getting into it.
You're getting into it. Look at that.
It's one of my pet projects that I have in plan in the future if I so decide. So what I'm trying to tell you is this: do you know how powerful the media is? If the NUJ, the Nigerian TV Association of TV Owners in Nigeria, all of them come under one umbrella body, and they insist that. Listen, look at the state which this country is.
No, you say insist, but how do they insist? I've asked you that. You've not been able to address it.
I've given you. That's why I just explained to you, but it's like you didn't pay attention to what I'm saying.
Right.
If they insist that, listen, let me make this point. If they insist that APC, PDP, all parties want to start interviewing all your political parties, all your candidates before your delegate, before your primaries, to help Nigerians and the delegates to make that decision of who will be best suited for this position, because this country is in a mess right now. You need somebody that is capable.
No, how do they insist? We know all of that. How do they insist? Yeah.
Want you to come on the platform.
How do they insist now? We know all of
this. They are insisting, telling them that we want you. They tell them in writing or whatever, we want you.
Yeah, but how do they insist though?
Write to the APC chairman and their board of trustees, whatever. We're insisting that you do this in writing. We insist.
No.
They have the option to listen. They have the option to say no. We don't. We don't
right.
want to be part of it.
So who makes the cut? No.
Hold on. Let him follow through, because I want to see if you land.
I just said to you now that they write them and they said we insist. in writing.
Right.
And they say, no, we don't want
Right.
to. We have the option, we don't want to be part of this.
Right. Oh, can you hold on, please, Babati? Yeah, go on, Rational Man. Yeah.
Other parties that are not, I know they will jump at it. I'm sure they will jump at it. Ask other parties, like the Union Party you just mentioned, AAC, ABN, whatever they call themselves.
Right.
All of them. I know they want that media attention.
Right.
Yes, the Mogbalu and go.
Can you hold on, please, Adanle Koko? I want Rational Mind to follow through. Yeah.
Give it to Nigerians. Showed Nigerians that this is this party that are interested in talking about the issues of this country.
Right.
Give them that airtime. However you want it, get money from the civil society to push them on the media. I know definitely all the media houses will want the money because they know Nigerians are ready for somebody that will solve the problem. Get the money. Nigerians will always get the money. Even these parties themselves, these smaller parties, they will look for the money to be able to come on to discuss these issues. I tell you, that will shame APC and APDP. Because when they see, it will. Because when Nigerians are seeing them always on the TV. Oh, listen, that is what you will say that. I mean, it might not really solve it, but I'm telling you,
it does. It has no rhythm. What you just said. It has no rhythm.
Let me ask you, please.
Bring them to start thinking of bringing their candidates out.
Okay. Let me ask
you cannot insist on them bringing it forward because you don't have the leverage.
But they have the option.
You don't have the leverage. So if you don't have leverage, then why would you insist?
The leverage is beaming it out to the people out there, showing the Nigerians what this
look. And I don't think you say you are in media, but no.
I'm surprised.
It doesn't rhyme. You know the media is subservient to the audience, so they dish to what the audience wants, not what they want.
They're not subservient to the audience. They dictate what the audience watch.
Really?
Let me ask you.
Really?
Yeah, they do.
Let me ask you.
Yeah,
any media house that tries to dictate what the audience wants, it wouldn't last 24 hours. You say you work in media.
I support in totality what Rational Man is proposing.
That's a socialist.
If we don't have media, if we don't have the press that can promote the interests of the people, democratic interests of the people. If we don't have, the press that cannot promote democracy in any country, then we are not going to have a working democracy in that country, and that is what is happening in our country. You don't see let me finish. You don't see Nigerian press standing in the front promoting democracy, which is largely the interest of Nigerian people. And that is why our democratic system is failing day in, day out. But if this press or this media can do what Rational Man is proposing and saying, this is what we want to do, we want to start organizing debate between every aspirant prior to their primary, you will see they will jump in the race. Those that don't jump, they won't have coverage. And those that jump in the race, let them give them publicity. This whole thing will change. Those that have idea, those that have program that they can come and articulate, they will come there on the stage and articulate it before Nigerian people. And that will help their aspiration.
Let me ask Rational Mind a question, and please don't dance when I ask it. Who do you think the Nigerian population want to hear from in terms of politics and leadership as of this moment?
Somebody that can move that country forward.
Really?
Yeah. Regardless of where that person is from. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let me tell you who I think they want to hear from. They want to hear from the leading names. They want somebody to sit Tinubu down and interrogate his ideas. They want somebody to sit Atiku down and interrogate his ideas. They want to hear the same thing from Sowore, maybe Sowore, and maybe not so much Sowore. Let's leave Sowore. They want to hear from Tinubu. They want to hear from Atiku. They want to hear from Peter Obi. They want to hear from Yemi Osinbajo. Either those people, they sit on a panel and they grill them together to see how they weigh against each other, or or sit down in a one-on-one interview to hear them being interrogated by a seasoned journalist. That is what the Nigerian people want to hear. What the Nigerian people do not want to hear is what the leader of our Accord party wants to say. They don't really care. You know, they don't want to hear what the leader of People's of the People's Party people, what he has to, they don't really care, because they know that these people would not, they want to hear from the lead political names. So that is where the leverage is.
Let me
so
add to that
you
point.
cannot insist that they do anything.
Let me add
because
to that.
them coming onto your platform is what gets you the eyeballs. If you are
Right.
not in the power play, they are in the power play. And
Let
you
me
say
add
you're
to
in
it.
media.
Let me
Let's hear
add to
from
it.
Babati.
Let me add to that point.
Yeah.
If I am PDP or APC, why would what's my point? Is the point of me jumping on stage with somebody that nobody knows, that's there to use me for momentum? If I'm PDP, there's no way I'm going on stage with Abundance Life Party that nobody knows, that is there to use me for momentum. So you cannot force a major party to jump on stage with nobodies arguing. There's no way they can force them to do that. Okay. Sorry, guys, just give me a minute.
Okay, let me add on to the point that Babati was adding on to my point, because it actually has a real life example. In the 2019 elections, they attempted to line all the candidates up. If actually fought to get onto that rostrum, they did line them up. Madam Ngozi, Kingsley Moghalu, they were all on that rostrum. But at the last minute, Buhari said he wasn't attending. And then at that time, Atiku was in America. He came back for that interview. He was at the footstools to mount the rostrum when Saraki told him that no, Buhari would not be coming, and he turned down from mounting that rostrum to have that debate with all these other people, because his only debate is with Buhari, because he's only contending. He's not contending with Sowore for anything. He's not contending with. He came all the way from America, rushed to the TV studios, was ready to mount the rostrum. They told him Buhari was not coming, and he turned back.
Exactly, because there's no point.
Who cares about that Accord party? And you're saying
because Buhari was the incumbent, and he wanted to
was his
debate the
contender.
incumbent.
Yeah,
That was why he said, okay, since Buhari is not coming, who am I going to debate with? This is the person in government I want to debate, and then expose him that he's a failure. So,
but what about the other people that were already on the rostrum?
Why does he?
Hold on, Thomas. Or what about all the other people on the rostrum? They were vying for the presidency too.
They were vying for the best, but he believed
why did
that
they debate
Buhari is
them?
more. Yeah, because Buhari is the incumbent.
We consider them irrelevant, is why he left.
Can I quickly address this?
Because Buhari is the big one man.
Yeah, let's hear from Thomas. Yeah, let's hear from Thomas. Yeah, come in, Thomas.
Yeah, one man. I will tell you this for free. If Abubakar Atiku hear that Sowore is coming for campaign in Adamawa today, he will be sitting down in a sitting room eating his puno or what they fura they know. He doesn't care. But if they tell Abubakar Atiku today that Tinubu is coming for a campaign in Adamawa, he will be scared of being hijacked.
How do you know he's going to be scared?
Because
he knows that he has weight.
It's not
political weight, man.
People just overblow things like what's the point? What is the point of coming and
in fact, if Sowore comes to Adamawa, you even go there and buy maybe and share jokes and say, you this rascally little boy. What is this? You ask, have you eaten?
Mazi, Thomas, Benny Thomas, So you see, let us know overblow this thing. Let me quickly address this guy, Babati. You were talking about how many people were on the debate. Did you see when they were doing their primaries in 2018? When sorry, is it 18 or 16?
That is primary. You are discussing general election. Remember?
I'm talking about. You see, like what we have here. Let us understand what we have here.
And Tinubu, Sowore and APC is the same party.
It's not the same party. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about intra-party debate, not inter-party debate.
I agree with you now. I said that yesterday. I agree with you. They should have inter-party debate. I agree with you totally.
So intra-party APC.
But we're discovering the parties all together. That was the discussion. You know, so I was not trying to move the goalpost. That was the discussion.
So my point I'm trying to make, one man and everybody and all the people listening to us, is that we need to force a debate. But like we said, we cannot force them. Forcing this word, when I use the word force, it means that by the time you put something in place, that would at some point force them to want to come to the table. Maybe not in this election, maybe in the subsequent future election, but that will even set a standard or a kind of a tradition whereby in the future they will want to bring their candidates to want to come and debate.
Let me help you.
But let us start somewhere. Because the media has power over the minds of people.
You can force debate. You can force debate. Let me help you. You can force debate.
Okay, let's hear you.
You know how you can force debate? Momentum and interest. The very thing that Sowore does not have. You need to have momentum to force debate. If you have enough momentum,
what is the momentum you're talking
about?
That
means you have a huge following. Number two, if you have a huge following with something good to say, the media takes interest in you. Once you have the people and the media takes interest in your story, that forces the big boys to want to debate you because they know you're a threat now. As of today, Sowore is not a threat. Labour is not a threat. You have to be a threat for them to want to debate you on stage. Momentum, interest. Get that in the candidate and you get the debate you want.
How do you get momentum when you're not being covered? Hold on. 1 minute. Let me quickly say this. You said momentum.
Okay.
How would you get? Hold on now. Let me say.
Let me.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let him land that. But yeah, go on.
Okay.
You're talking about momentum. Now, when you're not being covered, they don't even come to your whatever to see how many people were there, how many people are talking about you. They don't even care about that. How do they know your momentum in that regard?
Do you not think they're a bit fed up of Sowore because it's essentially a single narrative candidate? His only story is, and we're gonna change those clearly. But have you ever said anything different in all of the times you've ever heard him?
The people that are vying,
he will go to every state studio and say, "We're gonna chase the crazy bloodhead."
What different has he said? What anything different has he said?
Yeah, well, he's a serious politician.
You heard what's his name? Odiobo.
And by the way, Sowore is a novelty as well because the media they put him on as a novelty.
Oh, 1 man, you just keep throwing this English word.
Is it not a novelty?
You just try to confuse people with this. Don't
worry about English.
People like me, I don't fall for that kind of.
Is it not a novelty? Is Sowore not a novelty?
I give you.
However you try to describe him, what I'm trying to say is that the media needs to do their job.
I gave you an example earlier.
They're not doing their job in that country.
I gave you an example earlier in 1999. A Baba.
What is Babati? Babati, answer rational my question. He's saying, are they not supposed to do their job?
No, you said momentum. How do you get momentum?
You have said it that time. What are they doing good?
Because the guy was interested enough to get media
what are the help democracy?
I agree that forget fairness right now. I think you're debating fairness in the media. That's what you guys are worried about. There's no fairness when it comes to this game. You have to find a way to force the narrative, and that is by creating momentum and interest. Those guys you are mentioning are not interesting enough as of now, compared to the Atiku and Tinubu's. That's my point. I'm not arguing with that is not right. It's not right. I agree with you. It's not right. But you have to force the narrative. But you don't have enough interest right now.
Like that. You say,
so the interest of the country should not matter, but the interest of money they want to make. Is that what you are saying?
But that's the reality of the country.
That is not the reality. But that is not the reality. Don't bring the Western media mentality to a developing democracy.
An example.
Don't forget about that example. What we are telling you, what you are expressing is a Western media. I mean, Western world media mentality to a developing democracy. Do you know that we're a developing democracy? How do we promote it? How do we grow it?
So okay.
When the media does not play a leading role in promoting the interests of the people.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Forget Sowore, forget Magalu. Give me 3 people that are running for office from a different party.
You don't worry about any other 3 people. I don't need to give you. I don't need to give you.
Is that not your argument? That's your argument.
No. That is not. I don't need to give you. I'm just telling you they need to do their job well.
You are not interested in other satellite. Are you not saying they should give everybody a fair chance, but you are not able to? Is that not your criteria?
Yes. The media knows them better, and the media should be able to promote them. They should be able to put them out there for the people.
How come you know Sowore then?
Yes, I know Sowore because Sowore forcefully promoted himself in 2019.
And
all those guys, they promoted themselves. It is not the Nigerian media that promoted.
Do you know how many interviews that guy had on NTA, on channels, on everything?
Who?
Durotoye, Mogalu, gbogbo wọn.
Where is your Durotoye now? Is it consistent?
Well,
where's your Durotoye?
But that's the example that makes the
point. But what of Sowore that is very consistent? What is
consistent? What
Sowore that is very consistent?
Has no clear
what promotion are they giving him?
He is not interesting to the media.
What are they giving? What publicity are they giving him?
Are you hearing what Babati is saying? It doesn't interest the media because it's a novelty.
It's not interesting to some cabal.
That is a wrong narrative right there. That is a wrong narrative right there. What do you mean by it doesn't interest the media? Or your media is not living up to expectation. Your media is a fraud. They are not living up to expectation, and they are not doing anything to promote democracy.
Is it a public service or a private enterprise? The media.
What do you know? What their role? Do you know how? What is? Do you know?
Is it a public service or a private enterprise?
Do you know? Do you know how Constitution? Do you know how they are described in the Constitution?
Okay.
Do you know how the press or the media are described in the Constitution?
Is it a public service or a private enterprise?
What does the Constitution say?
Well, they are private, but for the common good of the people.
No, the common good
they are the mouthpiece of the people. Yes, they are mouthpiece of the people. That is the simple way. They are mouthpiece of the people.
They are a for-profit enterprise.
They are for the common good of.
And how is that profit made? By viewership.
By giving public service.
Why did they have political correspondents? Do you know why they have political correspondents?
They are not a government agency.
You know why they have political correspondents. Political correspondents is to promote.
They are a for-profit enterprise, and that profit is made via.
That is a Western media. That's your Western media.
Is the Nigerian media? Is it a private? Are they public?
Okay, if it is good, continue. Why are we coming on this platform every? No, let us worry. Let us worry. If you don't worry, yes.
Righteous indignation is what you are doing, and it's very easy because people chime with, especially the mass, they chime with righteous indignation. But we're not doing righteous indignation. We're talking about fact, logic, and what subsists. So anybody can be righteous. And then the mass will say hurrah. So let's not go for the.
So what you are saying?
Hold on. Let's bring the tempo down and let's have a fact reason based debate. The media space is a private enterprise, and what drives their profit is viewership. And what brings viewership are the names, the star names, and those star names in music, in acting, in politics, in everything, and the narrative was, of course, that those names bring as well. So the politics is not at the behest of media. Media is not really fully at the behest of politics in either. It's a symbiotic relationship. So they cannot lay down terms to politics any more than politics can lay down terms to them. So they have to converge to an understanding. And all of these satellite little parties, I think by law, they are obliged to give them a fair hearing, but they're never going to get the same level of hearing as a PDP or an APC or a Democrat or a Republican or a Labour or a Conservative for reasons of largeness, size, and longevity and association with the people. The people have an association with these parties, and these are the voices they want to hear. So I don't know what we're talking about.
Describing them as mouthpiece, as mouthpiece of the people. So what you are saying, hold on, Babati, you're on the side of one man. That's one man has spoken your own side of the story. So yes, that's your position. That's your position. Whatever one man said, that's your position because you have a line. You are lying with one man. So let me speak opposition to one man. So why is the media described as mouthpiece of the people? And does the media has the responsibility to neglect the minority voice?
Are you talking about?
Is that their position?
Are you talking about legal?
Is that your position that the minority, even though they are the smaller, let's say they are a smaller party, and that they are not as large as that big useless party that you are describing, so their voices should not be promoted. They should be killed.
When you say they have a responsibility, say they have a responsibility, Ajan Lekoko, are you talking about a legal or a moral responsibility? Because those are
legal.
They have a legal responsibility to be the mouthpiece of the people, to be advocates of the people.
Yes.
Okay. You want to pull it up in the Constitution? I want to see it.
Yeah, pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up.
No, you pull it up.
I'm not the one saying it. I don't believe it. So why would I
if you don't believe it, I am telling you, you can recite it. But that's the truth.
Cannot take it or you say so.
That is what I'm telling you right now.
They have a legal responsibility to be the mouthpiece of the people.
Yes.
That's
the mouthpiece of the people. They are the mouthpiece of the people. And the reason why they are mouthpiece of the people is to hear
that mouthpiece of the people is an euphemism. You know that it's an euphemism. It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech.
No, it's not figure of speech. That is what they truly represent. They have to air. They have to air the position of the people, what the people says, and they are supposed to be in the forefront of saying the truth to the power.
Supposed to be.
No, that is their position. Their position is to say it exactly the way the people are saying it, the way the people are feeling. They have to express it. They have to put it. They have to put it. No,
business model, not by law.
No, what you are saying, you are promoting corruption right there. You are promoting fraudulence right there. When you are saying that the voice of the people should not matter to them, even though it's a voice of minority.
I did not say that.
No, you are saying because Sowore voice or Sowore's position is the position of minority, so the media, because they can't make money there, it should not be promoted. That is what you are saying. So the interest of the minority should be clean under democracy. That is your position, one man. And that is not what democracy does not represent. That democracy represents the interest of all, the majority and the minority. So let us say it the way it is. Nigerian media has failed Nigerian people. They are not promoting the position of Nigerian people truly the way they're supposed to promote it. And that is why the democracy in Nigeria is dying. That is why the democracy in Nigeria is failing. And that is why democracy in Nigeria is not giving any good dividend of democracy to Nigerian people.
You have to take
you know that.
Wait. You know, Sowore.
Okay, say what you want to say, Babati.
Wait, let me give you.
I am on the side of rational mind.
I know, but let me help you for a minute. Let me give you in politics.
Why are you jumping up and down? What do you want to help me for?
Now, wait. Let me give you an example. In politics, they call it the sandwich method. That means you drop people in first, you put your message there, then you close it up. Sowore had that opportunity, but he missed it. There was a week during that campaign that Sowore got a lot of media attention. Do you remember that time? He was talking about the weed legalization in Nigeria. And he got a lot of press about that weed opportunity in Nigeria. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. You draw the media in first with those shocking news stories. then you lay your policies on them. That's the way you do it. You draw them in first, but there's not enough drawing in from those kind of people. You need to get that attention first. But he failed to capitalize on that story, because that week I remember, even on Twitter, they were like, "Oh my God, who is this guy supporting weed stuff in Nigeria?"
Why are you going back? Why are you going back?
I'm giving you
are the one praising. You are the one
praising
Sowore the other day that you went online, you saw another good thing he's doing, and now you are going back. That what is your position?
I'm being factual. I want him to improve.
You are not factual now. You are going back to what has happened how many years ago?
No.
You just told us a day before yesterday that you're on the side of Sowore now that is doing some good work.
No. Wait.
What are you saying?
I am for Sowore, but he has to improve on his communication skills and how to garner more support. That's a fact. You cannot deny that fact that he has to improve.
I don't know what he has to improve on. I don't know what he's doing that is not doing good.
You don't know.
It's just that you guys doesn't.
You don't know. No.
Yeah.
I like the guy, but he has to do more work to get the people. That's a fact.
We have told you. Okay, rational mind.
Thank you, Babati.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you that Sowore needs to improve. I'm one of those people that hear that advocated here on one man's platform.
I like.
He needs to improve. He needs to change his strategy.
Right.
But recently, I've been seeing some kind of because going by the situation of that country and going by the situation as at that time when he was incarcerated and he was trying to do it gradually until something is lifted. I tell you something, from the way I'm saying and what I've heard from some people, he's going to go fully big now in some ways. Now that he has this restriction taken away from him, whereby he can move across any part of Nigeria. So, but right now, the way he's going about it, momentum is gathering right now. It's an improvement to what I've seen so far for him. So, like I said, I'm one of those people.
How so?
Well, within some part of Nigeria, if he started putting his posters around, I mean, as far as little as money can carry him, because he has been getting money from people now. He usually tell people to contribute through his Zenith bank accounts, which is one way, because he doesn't have the money, doesn't have the kind of money that APC and PDP has. Except you and I can, people like you and I can just give him money. Maybe just here. So that's how campaign should be.
But he needs that rational mind. But he needs that, like the weed story that he had for that 1 week. He needs more of those kind of shocking things that would draw that attention in.
Will he fabricate shocking stuff?
No. Let me give you one. He said the weed.
No, that's what he's doing with the cloud chasing, with the digital.
You go there. Say, who is this guy? Then you put your thing inside. That's the way you do it. You do something shocking. They say you get that attention. Then you give them your.
So give me an example of a shocking thing you need to say.
Let me give another one. You can discuss like you can say, oh, do you know that in Nigeria the industry should be paying 2% of their industry income to the government for education? They've been stealing them money. Then you give them examples. People like, what do you mean? Then you give them the law that shows that policy is new to them.
If there is one like that, they would, like I said, he won't just fabricate things. He has to get.
No.
Put something forward that has
I'm saying facts that people don't know. Give them facts.
People don't know. I get you, Babati. I get you what you're saying. I get you. But you can't fabricate shocking things. You can't just start putting out things that
I get you, but the way you like a Trump thing that
you see. Let me say this about Babati. I get you very well.
Yeah.
You see, why Sowore was able to make that bombastic appearance like in 2019 was because we've never seen anything like his kind of somebody that would just come and start saying things and start attacking all the whole. But it seems like everything that has to be said about these people, all Nigerians already know them. Nigerians know the problem.
That's my point. Don't say stupid. They are idiots. We know that already.
At this point, now, hear me out, Babati. It seems at this point now, there's nothing much to be said that Nigerians don't know. Nigerians know where we are now. People were talking about fulanization. People were like, is it truly there's a fulanization agenda? But now we're gradually saying that. In fact, it is at everybody's nose now. Everybody can see it now. That there is a problem of insecurity. People cannot walk freely. People are being killed. Back in the day, people were saying that Yobo was saying that it was not Fulani people that did it. Until now, even himself lost his own brother to these killers. So the thing is that there's hardly anything again that can be said that people already don't know. So what he just needs to see, is right now is to sell himself. To sell himself as an alternative.
Do you think
if there is any bombastic thing to be said,
do you think
something that will move the needle, like you said, like move momentum? Well, so be it. If you can find anyone, let him bring it forward.
No, but right now,
all right. Let Babate have the final word, and then we start to round up.
I'm saying that you said he should sell himself. I'm saying he's doing a terrible job. If that's what he's doing right now. He's not selling himself to anybody right now. That's not working. So you need to find a new way to sell himself to the people. Number two, when I mean by shocking factor, it's not making stuff up. That's not my point. I'm saying say things that are new. Don't say road, water, something new, something fresh. That no people, just come up with new ideas that people will.
It's bereft of ideas.
Exactly. So fresh ideas, not the typical. We will do those.
Suggest one idea that you know that is fresh.
No, it's not running now. It's not
Let me give you one.
It is good to blame. Always blame game. Always blame game. You suggest new idea. Suggest new idea. You are one man.
Are you running for presidency?
New idea.
Are you running for presidency?
Am I the one running for office?
No. Suggest new idea. If you can figure out, if it is easy for you to figure out what is doing wrong. No. You mentioned something new that you need to do. You mentioned it. If you know what.
Okay, let me give you one from my own perspective. Nigeria should be looking at nuclear plants.
Look at these people. Yeah. Look at this. Look at what he's saying now. If Sowore come out with that, if Sowore come out with that now, they will say, "Oh, look at this idea. Nigeria that is broke. Nigeria does it? How would Nigeria make it? This is another thing. Always blame game. Always blame game. No effort appreciated."
Blame
no effort appreciated. Always blame game.
Babati, you know what you just said, that maybe nuclear something. You know that as far back as Bolaji Akeyemi, they were talking about that.
Exactly.
Babangida was talking about that in 2014. So that is a space that has not been explored, and Sowore has the education and the base to have an even more informed conversation around that. So he can have that presentation, but he will just say, "Oh, I will give them 100,000 naira and I will grab it from the
When he suggested about the growing, when he suggested about the growing of weed, that America has.
That was Akeredolu's idea.
That is not America. It is Sowore's idea. It's Akeredolu that stole it from him. It's Sowore's idea. Akeredolu stole it. When he came up with that, some of you that are saying this are saying that, these people, this guy, he doesn't have say. What's that? He does everything.
I agree with you now. I agree with
everything he has said. There are a lot of ideas that this guy have put out there. You guys will say, he's not speaking in the language of the people. You will say he's not speaking in the language of the people. He doesn't communicate with people.
Even the June 12, Adale Koko, you remember the June 12 was
the June 12 is the one that raised the idea of June 12 that they stole. The June 12 they stole of Democracy Day is the one that came up with that idea.
No, that idea has been in circulation for a long time.
He's the one that said he's going to do it.
Anything about this guy?
It can't be repackaging subsistence.
Nothing. They're gonna say good about him.
I saw your boy wearing a jock stuff today, so we know where it stands.
Now it's traditional clothes. Now it's traditional from his clan.
It's not your
boy. Sapele water.
Leave him alone. Be there.
All right, thank you, Babati. So that's a good spot.
What do you mean? What do you mean by leave him alone? How does the name sound to you? Is he from Ijo land? Is he not from Yoruba land?
He's not from Yoruba land.
He's not from Yoruba. He's from Ondo State. He's Ondo State. Ondo State is your land. What are you talking about? Ṣé àwọn èèyàn tó wà nílàjẹ yẹn wọ́n ń ṣe Yorùbá? Àbí kí lẹ̀ ń sọ?
It's from Sapele now or something.
It's from Sapele Mbo.
You don't understand that there are Yorubas that are fused with the Ijos.
They don't know. They don't know.
But the man is denying his Yoruba-ness.
What of the people of his security?
Niger Delta area there of those state park, that the mangrove is a mangrove area. I supporting this place. I will call it anyway. The creeks of Ondo State there, where this river Rhine borders the Atlantic Ocean.
But,
a lot of us there
what's the plan
married
now?
with people.
What's the plan for him to move out of Abuja now? Is he leaving the Abuja now that they got the court order or whatever?
I think he has been traveling.
Listen. The argument is, you said Sowore is on. Is that what you said?
Now, I was asking about his movement now since they released him from.
He won that case already. He's moving around.
He will move. At least he went to Nasarawa State, which he cannot.
Okay, I didn't know that. I was asking about his movement.
Yeah, but I'm saying that to you now.
That has been cleared. He won that.
He moved to Nasarawa State. He went to Nasarawa State some few days ago to do his campaign or some kind of advocacy or whatever. So he's free to move. It's just that maybe he's timing himself to start planning.
He needs food soldiers. We don't want that one man Putin again. He needs to have.
You people will need to support him. You people will need to support him.
Why would I support? Why would anybody support him? Who is obliged to support him? Nobody.
You're not obliged.
When people, nobody, they don't.
One man, you can only speak for yourself. You can only speak for yourself.
Okay, how are you supporting him?
If we throw a vote here now, we are more than. I'm supporting him. Ajale is supporting him.
In what way? In what way are you coming here to counter me, Abi?
Where's your PVC? Ejiro, where's your PVC? Where's your PVC?
I have people back home. I have siblings back home. I have PVC. I have siblings back home that have PVC that I can speak to because I contribute in their life, so I can speak to them and tell them, channel your vote to Sowore. That is me supporting
so you are
him.
going to use the Monday sit at home tactics, Abi, for Sowore. Look at that.
I'm not from the Southeast. I'm not going to use that. I'm not from the Southeast.
You want to leverage force.
I'm not from the Southeast.
You want to force people.
I said to you, one man, I have siblings at home that I can speak to because I have influence in their lives.
Yeah, that's Monday sit at home, isn't it?
No. Influence. If there are influence in many ways. You know, many ways you can influence people.
I like him, but I need to see more surrogate. You know, they have people on TV that will speak for you. They call them the surrogates. He needs more surrogates to speak on his behalf. I hate.
A room cannot be built in a day. This man just came from
a day. He has been going since.
And he's speaking everywhere. He has come to disrupt. He has come to disrupt the political space, and he's still disrupting.
And how is it faring? He has been. It's nearly 10 years now into it. How is it faring?
10 years. Abubakar, what is his name? Atiku. How many years has he been contesting to be president? Answer the question, one. How many years?
Victoria,
you answer now. Answer because you say you're comparing. You say Sowore 10 years. Abubakar, how many years? Even the what's it called?
That's
the other man.
You can't compare the both two guys. That's not really even close.
The problem with Nigeria is the people. The people are not ready. If they are ready, that country will be okay. It's just
the people are the people, not the media.
People are not ready. They are not ready yet.
Hey, Jiro, did you listen to what Sowore said when he was at Taga, whatever? He said,
yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw that.
The day we realized that we need to free ourselves from these people. People are ready. Then
exactly.
Himself realizing that there's no way he can move forward if these people does not support him. So he was saying to them, I need your support. If you want me to reach, if you want us to see a change in this country, vote me. But if you people don't realize that you need that change, you need that to move forward, things cannot continue like this, then we will always remember it. So, like you said, Jiro, the problem of that country is the people. And there's no way that country will move forward if those people does not want it.
Absolutely.
All right, that's a good spot to round it off. So I'll seek to start to round it off here, to land, of course, on Ajanle Koko. But gentlemen, if we can't try and condense because I've noticed the closing remarks, they get even as long as so we start it off with engineer who okay, let's start it off with Thomas, to you.
I think today is Rational Mind show and Babati show. They took all the time, but that's good. The conversation is interesting. Sowore should just go and sit down somewhere and let people that are serious to come into that space. Thank you, one man. Happy Easter to everybody. Thank you.
All right.
Thomas. Go.
Am I lying?
All right. Thank you, Thomas. You know, usually I just stay with where the conversation is strongest. Really, that's just. I think I've explained that space. I stay with where the conversation is strongest because that is what the audience wants to hear. They want to hear a strong. You have to understand that, you know, people are not obliged to stay with us. They only stay with us because they are engaged with what we are saying. So if what we are saying is engaging, then we just have to stay with it. But it has been engaging somewhat, at least for me. So we go to Ejiro. Let's go to Engineer, who I think may have left us already. Engineer, are you there? No, I didn't think it was. So thank you, Engineer. So from Engineer, we go to Ejiro. So Ejiro, to you.
Yeah, it's been an interesting conversation, and it was a good one, you know. My closing remark, if the electorate at this crucial time make the mistake of bringing back APC or PDP, you know, that country will be doomed, because we don't, at this point, we don't need APC or PDP. We want a new Nigeria in the sense that we want new party like AAC, you know, a new Nigerian with law and system that works. We are tired of suffering and smiling. We want constant power supply, good roads, good healthcare, good education. We want good job. We want our old to be taken care of. We want our retired parents to be paid their dues. We want a country where the youth matter. We want a system where life could be fair and safe for our children and our generation yet unborn. And neither PDP or APC can give us this. Thank you, everyone. Please hit the like button and share. And good night.
All right, thank you, Jiro, and thank you for making it brief. So in that spirit, let's go to Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, just a brief.
Thank you, man. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. And I want to thank our listeners, those in the comment section. I guess one man will do the rest. So anyway, it's again the time for us to think about how that country needs to move forward. Like I said oftentimes here, everybody will have to decide for themselves. We are only here just to analyze and for people to make their own decision based on what they've heard. So thank you, one man, and I want to thank everybody once again, and hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to talk more on these issues as it affects that country, our beloved country, Nigeria. Have a good night and good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that was Rational Mind, who was as more impassioned than we remember him today. So it's a passion we welcome. So thank you, Rational Mind. From Rational Mind to Baba T, just a brief parting words. Baba T, now right, the regular step.
Yeah, thank you everyone for having me on the show. I was in and out today, but it's been a pleasure listening to everybody, and it's also, regardless of how we feel about all the candidates, it's refreshing that we have people that are very passionate for outsiders like Sowore and the rest, that believe that we should look beyond the two parties, and those kind of feelings growing over the years is refreshing. But I believe that it will take time and for us to reach the heart and minds of the average Nigerian voter. So I think we need to work on them more than blaming the media. And the media is not there to necessarily support Tinubu or hate him. It's because he has interesting things to say, and he will garner more attention. And we need to go beyond policies or affection for candidates and train them to understand how the media works and how to manipulate the media like Trump did. You have to be able to manipulate the media to do what you want. And that's by gathering interest and momentum, like I said earlier. But overall, it's been an interesting discussion. I like Sowore. He's I believe in him strongly, but I have not seen any improvement in him in the last 4 years. He has not improved a bit. I'm not missing that is very harsh, but that's the harsh reality. I have not seen any improvement at all. He has 10 months to improve his game, and I'm looking forward to seeing the way he operates across the country this time, and hopefully he can find a better way to approach the heart and minds of the people. And like most people, I'm tired of the PDP and APC, and the most viable third force will be Sowore, like most people have agreed on, and hopefully he gets help and he does not go with that one man mopo mentality. So I'm looking forward to his campaign. I'll be following on Telegram. I'll be following on Facebook, and I'll be following on his website as well. So God bless everybody. Hopefully we get him in as president. Thank you, God. Good night.
All right, Babati. Thank you, Babati. So that's well put. So Babati now, we can say an established voice now on the platform, but there's no voice, of course, more established on the platform. The voice that you always come here to hear. Ajale Koko, the final word.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody that came on the platform this evening, morning, whatever time where you are. Thank you all for your contribution, being very meaningful. And I want to say happy Easter to everybody listening to us around the world. And I want to use this opportunity to urge you, if you have not liked or thumbs up this session, please do that right now, and share and subscribe as well if you have not subscribed. You have been with us since the beginning of the session to this to the end this time. Please thumbs up or like, share, and subscribe if you have not done so. Surprise that Babati has changed his position again today on Sowore. The other day, he was praising Sowore that, oh, I went on the platform. It looked like he's making some good move, and I think it's very commendable, and I can see some move he's making. He's improving on his mobilization drive. So, but coming tonight to now change your position, that for the past 4 years, you have not seen anything he has done to improve on his position. I mean, that's it's a contradictory position. You are, you know, this double standard is not good. It's not good to play double standard against, you know, one of our brightest right there that is doing his own beat, you know, to fight for the people and to lead the people into a position of power, you know, to taking their country back. But all you want to do is just to chastise him and just to run a blame game against him. That is not the way to do it. We cannot get it that way. These people that, these two parties that are giving wider coverage by the media in Nigeria, they looted our resources, looted our treasury, looted everything we have to pay for this publicity. We don't have the money. The People's Party, Sowore Party, which is a People's Party, another party, does not have that money. So these people, they stole our resources to pay the media and then bribe their way to power. And the media in Nigeria that's supposed to be in the forefront to promote democracy, to drive democracy, to make sure that, you know, democracy work well for the people of Nigeria, they have turned themselves to highest bidder. So whoever give them big money for publicity is what they will give publicity. So Sowore doesn't have the big money. Other party doesn't have the big money. People doesn't deserve to hear them. Is that the democracy we hope to run? That is a nonsensical democracy. That is a fraudulent democracy. That is a useless democracy. That is the democracy that will never give you the people the freedom, will never give you fairness, will never give you justice, will never give you equity. And if that is what you people want, good luck to you. But the nation is driving towards disaster. When the disaster comes, it will consume everybody. Then, by then, we will see who you want to blame. Maybe you continue to blame Sowore at that time. Maybe you continue to blame the two parties. Maybe you continue to blame the media. We will see who you're going to blame. But as far as I am concerned, and some other people like Ejiro, Rational Mind, and Soli, and others that stand firm with Sowore, we're going to stand firm with him. Sowore is the way, is the light.
is not the darkness. The two other parties are the darkness. People that remain with them, they live in darkness, and the darkness will consume them. But we are the light. AAC is the light. We are on the side of the light, and the light to the promised land. Sowore is all the way. So other than that, I want to thank every one of you behind the scene at the commentary section. You are doing a great job. You are the best. You are the best. I repeat, you are the best. You are the strength of the platform. Keep doing what you know to do best. And let me particularly thank our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman, the board of trustees. One man went to more. I give great thanks to you. I thank other members of trustee like Alessandra Akashi, like Ortiz, like Flash Mankind, my sister Bunksma. Bunksma, particularly, I know you listen to me. If you don't mind, maybe you want to come on live tomorrow. We want to hear your voice. We need a lady to come on this show to express what position you are. I know you are a strong lady. I know you can do it. I believe for you to stay on this platform from the beginning to the end all the time, it shows that you really have a great concern about that country, and you are really interested in the politics of that country. So we want to hear your voice tomorrow. If you don't mind, do me that favor. Please come on live tomorrow. Let us hear your own side of the story. Let us hear from you. I would really appreciate that if you do that. So other members, Olawale, and others, please, I thank you all for coming all the time. You are the greatest asset for this platform. And one man, the Igbo, I thank you so much too. Happy Easter to you and your family. You are the driver of the platform. You're doing a good job. I really appreciate you. So tomorrow, another day, the one man, the Eagle, will land again tomorrow, and we continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that was Ajan Lekoko rounding it off as only he can. So that was Ajan Lekoko, and that has been the session. I see everybody present. Mike, even when he's not on screen, still constitutes himself a nuisance in the comment section. But some things will never change. There he is, Mike. You already know him, constituting a nuisance everywhere he goes. So that was the session, and that has been the session. Quite a really deep and involved one today, very intense somewhat, but as ever, just the confidence I have in the guys. The tone went high, but the language remained civil, and that is how we handle it here. So we don't cross the line. We disagree, but in a civil manner. So a civil disagreement, essentially what you just but not even yes, a civil debate with our disagreements intertwined. So that has been the thing. So in Ajan Lekoko session, we acknowledge as many of the names in the comment section as we can. It's only to bring everything together, then we wrap it up as one family. So the comment section converges with the people on screen, and then we all depart in a happy tone. Baba T is still keeping it 100 in the comment section. So there he is right there. Mike Olawale, as ever, as I said, constituting himself a nuisance to the comment section, as he does when he comes on the screen. British victim, of course, you know, he or she, a regular staple. Ayo, there he is right there, but not the Ayo that you know, only because the picture is different. He looks younger and more handsome than the Ayo that comes to Blue Grammar on the screen. Adewale Olusegun, a regular name now that we are having to conjure with. Some of these names would like to hear their voices on the screen one of these days, especially somebody like Boluwaga Oladiti. So Boluwaga, we say you man, we want to see you man and boy. So man and boy means on the comment section and on the screen as well. So from Boluwaga, we go to Adelaja Ogun Viyi. So that Ogunviyi is still something that continues to befuddle every time I come across it. I've never seen a name like that before. But then, of course, I hope that you match the name that is so unique. Oga na master, as they say, down in Adegunle South Central. From Adegunle South Central, we go to Ikoyi to visit Canadio Network. So Canadio, that sounds like a social media appellation. Sam the Boy. So Sam the Boy, it sounds like one of those nicknames that people have. It's probably some 70-year-old man that's still calling himself Sam the Boy, but that's just how we all rock it. When you pass the just the age of 30 thereabout, you start to regress to anchor after days gone by. Ishmaila Bolaji, and I was only joking, by the way, Sam, you know that. Ishmaila Bolaji, I see you. So good to see you, my man. And as I often say, some of these names repeat because they are wrapped up in conversation. Let's just see who else we do see. Bongsma, Ajan Lekoko's personal favorite. We see you, Bongsma, so always a delight. Ajan Lekoko has invited you onto the screen, so don't be shy and do as has been requested. Fourth of many, but how many? We ask the question, but we will ever get an answer. Fourth of many, but just how many are we counting? So Kana Niger, we see you. J in Ken, we see you. So that's J in Ken. That's a gender ambiguous name. So it's a gender ambiguous name. Yea or nay, man or woman, he or she, or is it even in between? Hopefully not an element of Bobrisky in play there. Ask Google is the name, but what is the question we've asked before? And we're still waiting for an answer to that question. Ask Google, but ask Google what? So a lot of these names repeat in conversations. Let's just see if we land on just a couple more, and then we'll start to round it up. I am scrolling as I'm talking, but it's all these conversations wrapped around the names that I've already addressed. Chris Nwago, he comes regularly and then subsequently intermittently, perhaps he just listens and doesn't especially comment. And then we have a toy soldier in Mike, of course, but we have a real Marine in Reese Ortiz. So Reese Ortiz, we see you. Kachi Nchem, we see you as well. So Kachi Nchem, so that sounds like something that you order in a Chinese restaurant. Can I have a Kachi Nchem to go and spare the soya sauce? So there it is right there, Kachi Nchem. Ota Mahana, this is a name. That name should actually be able to open a bank vault. That name is just, there's a solidity to it. Izon, of course, the man with the isms, there he is blowing this grammar, trying to intimidate them in the comment section with grammar. You can't beat up anybody here. You can hear grammar, but you hear or you are laughing is the question. So if you don't hear or you are laughing, then you don't intimidate me. Truth hurts. But then it's a pain that you have to digest in some instances. So truth hurts, but then of course it has to be delivered. Edo Tony, who comes as a world peace, he joins us via Facebook often. So this name now, Chukwudichi, I've not yet come across that name, so I'll look out for it the next time. So because in instances, people listen just and they don't essentially interact either on the screen or in the comment section. But in some instances, there'll be a comment or a thing that jars so much that people at speed rush to their whatever device just to assert an opinion. So that is why you see some of these intermittent names that just come in sometimes. Vivian Tiger. Should that not be Vivian Tigress, just to be gender au fait? Meadowman, of course, the man that speaks in that civil tone. We hear him sometimes on the comments. We hear him sometimes on the screens. Often instances in the comment section, he prefers to interact. However, he's feeling on the day. Plug set, but what are you plugging is the thing. Just make sure that it's switched off before you plug it in. Otherwise, our sparks will fly. And we don't want sparks flying, do we? So we take just one more and then we just call it a day. That is if another name pops up, which almost certainly it does. I just scroll for a little bit more. There are conversations going on, but between names or within names, that I've already mentioned. So as Ajanle Koko said, if you are not already subscribed, then please do that. And if you have not liked the stream, then please do that. Or for the reasons that you already know, that helps propel us in the YouTube algorithm so that we get even wider an audience. So we end with Crown, which is always a good place to end. So Crown, a new name to the space. I wasn't aware of it, but now I've noticed it. So that has been the session, and that has been me. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.